Your Excellencies, Nananum, Right Honourable Members, distinguished guests, people on the live stream, we see you. Welcome once again to the Ghana UK Investment Summit 2026, Day 2. Round of applause, please. So to kick us off on our second day, and to tell us about what we had achieved on day 1, some of the key messaging, please welcome to the stage Chief Commercial Officer of the Ministry of Trade and Agribusiness and Industry, Mr. Kofi Addo.
I would like to stand on all existing protocols and say good morning. Normally, if I don't hear your voice, then it seems there's something going on. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, thank you very much. So, you all remember what happened yesterday. I have the simple task to take us through the recap. So, for those of us who are here physically and those who join us online, day 1, Ghana sent a strong signal to the UK and the global investors that the country is not just open for business, but actively redefining how businesses are conducted in the Africa sub-region. Under the theme, the Reset Agenda, restoring investor confidence to unlock opportunities and shared prosperity, Day 1, establish a bold, clear, and actionable roadmap for sustainable economic growth. Let me just summarize some of the key things. The tone was set by our host, Her Excellency Sabazita Benson, Ghana High Commissioner to UK and Ireland, and British High Commissioner Christian Rock, reinforcing the deep, unshakable bilateral ties between Ghana and the United Kingdom. You will all agree with me. When the president took the stage and made his powerful statement, it was a statement that was telling the whole global world that Ghana is back on his feet. And I'm sure you can clap for the president. The president delivered a resounding message of confidence, detailing a national vision anchored on transparency, attractive business environment, economic turnaround in a space of just 16 months. And this has become, is it the 8th wonder of the world? Because everywhere you go, everybody is asking, how did you turn the situation around? Because earlier on, all the economic figures were showing that we could be able to do this by 2030 or 31 or 32. But we have done it within a space of 16 months. The president emphasized that Ghana is back and more than ready to do business with the rest of the world. The UK Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honourable David Lammy, also underscored the need for strategic partnership between the two countries for our mutual benefits. Yesterday, we moved swiftly from rhetoric to binding commitment with the signing of the Growth Partnership Agreement. Also, during the elite fireside chat, the finance minister, I'm sure now when you hear the finance minister, you can also add no sound. The only sound that the finance minister can hear is revenue generation and how to balance the budgets. And then our governor laid out a modest financial outlook, demonstrating the stability and regulatory reforms underpinning the Ghanaian financial economic turnaround. The message from Right Honourable Lord Boating was a wake-up call for Ghana and UK to expand trade and investment opportunities. Our CEO of Ghana Investment Promotion Center made a presentation on investment opportunities in Ghana with a deep dive on strategic sectors and bankable projects. All the panel discussions and short remarks by our high-level government officials and the captains of industries highlighted the reforms ongoing under the reset agenda and the investment potentials in these sectors to transform Ghana's sustainable development. Day one proved that the reset has become a reference point for all global players. We have built the momentum. Now, as we transition into the critical sectors of day two, agribusiness, manufacturing, energy, tourism, and the 24-hour economic framework, let us turn these high-level dialogues into bankable, transformative investments. I therefore call on all potential investors seated here and those who are watching us online to remember one thing. The reset agenda by the government has been done, and it is in motion. But the question that I want to leave with you, the reset at the government level is settled. What about the reset of the potential investors and the fund managers and those who hold the purse? Today, we want you to also have a reset of mind, to see Ghana as a beacon of hope, a country of high return on investment, a country that is rightly situated in the center of the world, to make sure that we can reach everywhere in the world. On this note, I wish to thank you, and let's have an extraordinary day two, where deals will be completed, and then we all sign off. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adu. Our next remarks are from a formidable trade facilitator who has been instrumental in strengthening commercial bridge between London and Accra. As Executive Director for the UK-Ghana Chamber of Commerce, a partner here, as you can see, she commands the principal bilateral business network connecting investors on both sides. Please welcome to the stage, Adjoba Chioma.
Good morning, honorable ministers, distinguished guests. I am delighted to be here today on behalf of the UK-Ghana Chamber of Commerce, a partner to this investment summit. And we are grateful to our honorary patrons, the British High Commissioner to Ghana and the Ghana High Commissioner to the UK for this opportunity. I would like to say a few words about the UK-Ghana Chamber of Commerce and why we are visible at the Ghana-UK Investment Summit. We were established in 2016, so this year we are proudly 10 years old, and we were actually established with financial support from the UK government. I think they supported us for about a year and a half, and then we became self-financing. But most importantly, we worked very closely with both the Ghana government, particularly through the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, and all the other arms of government that facilitates our work in Ghana. And we also are part of the global network of British Chambers of Commerce. Indeed, we were shortlisted as a finalist for the International Chamber of the Year Award in 2022 and in 2023, and we were winners in 2023. So we are globally networked whilst focused on promoting trade between the UK and Ghana. We are, as our name suggests, a member-based organization, and I'm very proud to say that several of our member companies are with us today in this room. Most of the large UK corporates operating in Ghana are within our membership. Some of them are not physically present in Ghana but have representation. And I'm sure if you speak to Mark Hogg from Mere Plantations, for example, he will testify to the benefits of membership. I have Kweku Bediakon also here from CH Group, who are in our membership. There's Absa Bank. Our founding members were Barclays Bank, Vodafone. Barclays Bank now in Ghana is Absa Bank. Vodafone is now Telecel, but they're still in our membership. We also have a lot of large UK corporates like Unilever, Blue Skies. Hugh Powell from Blue Skies is also here today. He'll be speaking on a panel later today. GCB Bank is not a UK bank. It's the largest indigenous bank in Ghana, but they are proudly in our membership. We value their membership. So what we do for our network of members is we offer them networking opportunities, such as this event, where they get to network with other member companies, but more importantly, with their key stakeholders, particularly in the government of Ghana and the government of the UK. We also undertake advocacy for our member companies. So we do run an annual business environment and competitiveness survey, and this report has become the foremost voice of UK companies operating in Ghana. But it doesn't just represent the voice of UK companies operating in Ghana, it actually represents the voice of the private sector because it runs across the length and breadth of Ghana. And last year, we had over 1,000 companies responding to that survey. And we do share the reports with both governments, and the 5 topmost challenges that businesses say they face in that year become the advocacy work that we undertake, or we lead with those 5 challenges and undertake advocacy on those challenges in the following year. So our reports are on our website, ukgcc.com.gh. You'll find it under resources, and it starts from 2019 and ends at 2025. This June, we're just going to open the survey for 2026, and hopefully by September, the reports would be released. We also host quarterly dialogues with the Ghana Revenue Authority. I noticed that the Commissioner of Domestic Tax was here yesterday. I don't know whether he's here today, but he will speak about the work that we do with the Ghana Revenue Authority. Oh, hi. Dr. Yamborija is here. Yes, so he will testify to the fact that he works very closely with my chamber. We have a quarterly tax dialogue that we've been running since 2020 because tax administration is always a thorny issue for companies in the private sector. So we bring the Ghana Revenue Authority and the Tax Policy Department at the Ministry of Finance together with the private sector through a virtual platform. Please look out for it. The next one, I believe, is in July, and no, not July, in September, because we just hosted one 2 weeks ago. We talked about double taxation agreements and handling your tax affairs in Ghana if you're a multinational. So this is the sort of thing that we do. When there are reforms in tax, we bring the experts to come and talk about it and answer any questions that private sector may have. Apart from tax, we also have the mandatory regulatory compliance series. We've just started last year a digitalization conversation with EY Ghana, a valued platinum member. We've been hosting an ESG dialogue with KPMG. KPMG is represented here by the lead partner. We've been doing that since 2021. We have an investment readiness series with Deloitte Ghana. So these are some of the member companies that we work with when it comes to our advocacy conversations. For small companies, you may not be able to afford our membership dues, or you may not be ready for our membership. We offer one-off transactions to such companies, and we hope that when they are larger and better structured and ready for membership, they'll come to us first and not go to other bilateral chambers, because even though I say so myself, the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce is the most dynamic bilateral chamber in Ghana. We therefore host trade delegations from the UK coming into Ghana. We also host trade delegations from Ghana coming into the UK, and we, as I said, offer one-off transaction services to UK companies looking to do business in Ghana, if you're looking for representation and you want to advertise for an agent for you, we will do that. If you're recruiting, if you want us to do due diligence, we will do that. We also support the UK's Department of Business and Trade in Ghana because obviously they can't do everything. So they tend to focus on the large transactions and they leave the medium-sized and small transactions to us. So for UK companies, you can approach us. Our office is at the British High Commission in Accra. You can find us through the British Chambers Network, or you can go to our website. We are on all the social media platforms. We're on LinkedIn, we're on Facebook. We are very, very active on all these platforms. We're on Threads, we're on X. We're very active. We are constantly posting. We are constantly busy. You may also follow me, UK GCC Executive Director, on social media. I'm also on all of the platforms. I've talked about the fact that we work very closely with both governments. And for example, with this investment summit, we were a delivery partner. We're also a delivery partner to the UK government. And that's where our credibility comes from. If we were not trustworthy, if we were not reliable, they wouldn't work with us. We manage some of the FCDO-funded programs, such as the Ghana Revenue Program. We've done a lot of work in support of that. We've worked with the Jobs and Economic Transformation Program, which is a capacity building program being run by, or being funded by the UK government, and we're a delivery partner also on that. So essentially, my time is up, but that's us. So I'm here all day, and you can come back and talk to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to make sure we are keeping to time. We can get you to your break, lunch, so you can have conversations. Thank you so much. We have got remarks from, one of our partners here. Our next guest served 14 years in the UK Parliament and rose to become the Foreign and Commonwealth Office Minister responsible for Africa, working hand in glove with UK Export Finance to drive investment into the continent. And when I used to work in UK Trade and Investment, he was actually my minister, so really good to see you again. Today, he channels that expertise as the chairman for Invest Africa, the continent's leading global investment platform, alongside senior advisory roles in private equity and hedge fund strategy. Please welcome to the stage Right Honourable Mark Simmons.
Well, good morning, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. It was certainly better than the introduction I received when I was the UK Minister for Africa, when a rather nervous lady who was introducing me said, "I'd like you to give a warm welcome to the Right Honourable Mark Simmons, whose debatable skills we saw in Parliament last week." As I've been introduced, I'm the chairman of the Invest Africa Advisory Board, and Invest Africa is the world's leading Africa investment platform. We drive capital and investment from the international capital hubs and jurisdictions into Africa, and particularly focused this week on driving investment from the UK into Ghana. Those capital hubs are becoming increasingly interested in Ghana as an investment destination. And it's not just the traditional ones. It's not just UK, Europe. It's Japan. It's the Gulf, UAE, Dubai, Saudi Arabia. It's other jurisdictions in Africa looking at Ghana as a safe investment destination. And of course, at last, the United States have woken up to the opportunities that both Africa and Ghana provide. So we should grab and grasp all of those opportunities. And as people who represent Ghanaian businesses, it gives you choices as to who you want to have as your investment partners. Now, I was particularly delighted that President Mahama spoke yesterday, and also Her Excellency, the Ghanaian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom. So I hope all protocols can be observed. And on behalf of Invest Africa, it is a privilege to join you as a strategic partner of the Ghana-UK Investment Summit. These discussions started in Ghana a year ago, and with thanks to Her Excellency Zita Benson, I would like to commend the government of Ghana, the Ghanaian High Commission in London, and all partners involved in bringing together such an influential gathering, leaders from government, business, finance, and the investment community. And the presence of His Excellency President Mahama and the strong and distinguished delegation from Ghana sends a very strong signal of commitment of economic transformation, private sector partnership, and renewed investor engagement. I'd also just like to take this opportunity to thank the Ghanaian High Commission for facilitating President Mahama headlining at the 12th annual debate tomorrow at the Guildhall in the City of London. Ghana's key engagement reflects the commitment to strengthening international partnerships and advancing the country's economic development ambitions. We at Invest Africa are proud to support these efforts and initiatives and the broader dialogue on investment, growth, infrastructure development, and opportunity, both in Ghana and across the African continent. Now, at Invest Africa, you perhaps won't be surprised to hear that we have long viewed Ghana as one of Africa's most important markets, not just in itself, but as a gateway to West Africa, a country with strong democratic tradition where power is transferred peacefully, a strategic location, entrepreneurial talent, significant opportunities across infrastructure, energy, agribusiness, manufacturing, technology, digitalization across the economy, and the 24-hour economy that I know the President is so passionate about. But perhaps even more important than all of that, Ghanaians are perhaps the most charismatic and hospitable people on the whole of the African continent. We have seen this in significant engagements over the past year with our investors interested in Ghana, from the African Development Bank meetings to projects with Growth Gateway and the Foreign and Common Development Office and other actions as well. But what is particularly important today is not just simply discussing opportunities, but turning discussions into execution and delivery. Additionally, creating the trusted partnerships and practical pathways that convert interest into investment and investment into sustainable growth. At Invest Africa, we look forward to supporting and unlocking investment into Ghana, creating jobs, contributing to Ghana's next chapter of growth and prosperity, enhancing human capital and economic development, and making sure that the investment into Ghana is sustainable and for the benefit of Ghanaians. Tell us what you need and we will help you deliver it. And as an honorary Ghanaian chieftain, I wish you a highly successful day at the summit, and most importantly of all, don't forget to follow up the conversations that you've had. Thank you.
That's it. Right, next up, our next session is going to be in two parts. We're going to be showing you a mini documentary about a very key policy driven by the President himself, Ghana's boldest health initiative called Mahama Cares. So we're going to watch this documentary, and then I'll come back on stage and introduce our next speaker.
A 14-member surgical team stands at the edge of a delicate movement inside the National Cardiothoracic Center, not on a make-or-break mission, but on a profound journey of hope. Their task is as tender as it is urgent: to help the heart of a 3-year, 10-month-old boy beat as it was always meant to, for the very first time since he entered this world. His name is Delshad Adiku Alukuri.
After any new effort, the Benin Government Hospital. I'm a more referred by Confanochi. To Confanochi, one almost referred by Kolebu. The Abba almost say, when ya Yaremi, I double right ventricle and a PDA.
Delshad has a complex heart problem. He has 3 holding heart conditions. In addition, there's one vessel that carries blood from the heart to the lungs. That is narrow. He's not been growing well. He's not able to eat well. He's not growing well. He cannot play with his peers. He cannot study. He doesn't have the energy that a normal toddler has. And if you look at his weight, he's falling quite behind what is expected. So generally, the whole body is not doing well.
Correcting each of these delicate defects now rests in the skilled hands of the surgical team, led by the director of the National Cardiothoracic Center, Dr. Kwao Nsuamensah. For a child his age, Delshad should have worn the fullness of strength and a soft, healthy roundness. But instead, his frail frame quietly tells the story of an illness that has taken a heavy toll on his young life.
Na ede ayrohoni or how bapa 157,500 Ghana cedis. Na na omo si entua na omo fanya surgery. In fact, na tutu ani a ento bia anim.
For a teacher earning an average of 5,000 cedis a month, this daunting sum stretches into a lifetime of sacrifice, 2 years and 7 months of earnings. A journey that would demand of Mr. Alukuri an almost impossible devotion to live, yet not touch a single pesewa of his own sweat for all that time.
The treatment of these conditions are expensive. If you look in a setup in a theater here, you need at least 10 doctors and nurses to be able to conduct one operation. We have the heart-lung machine and then the sets. Everything is completely disposed of. It is single use. Anesthesia machine, temperature regulation, bed warmer, so many things. And none of it is made in Ghana. So it's a very expensive undertaking. After here, he's going to be in intensive care, mechanical ventilation for a while, but he will remain in intensive care for a couple of days. And being a small child, there are a lot of medications that we have to give to support the circulation, support respiration, and support all the systems. And because of that, most people cannot afford the cost of this surgery.
At the brink of despair, when life hung by a thread, hope arrived through the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. His doctor took a chance, applied, and against all odds, it was approved, giving him a second chance at life. The 50-case pilot became a savior.
In fact, Sadano, Anidia by Pa Chiflo, the Bia Payana, Mibama, Pain said, Yankopon want to come, no man who did not find you, manage my Panaso, one to us. Namis Cosson Swas, as I said, almost a bois for no more so a buan, a woman yiska de buano, Omucoso amwa, na, or the year you must cano, or fight 1 year and fine yet before.
And that's why we thank the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. They have sponsored 12 cases in all that we are doing within this month. And it's a game changer. Look at this boy. Without this surgery, the future is bleak for him. Ability to grow well, go to school, get a good education, get employment, raise a family, it's not going to be possible. But once we're able to repair this defect, restore the heart to normality, then he can look forward to a normal life expectancy like any child of his age.
There are no more barriers. Hope now stands where fear once lived. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund has cleared the path. The surgery fully covered. The theater ready, waiting. Final checks are done. The moment has arrived. With trembling hands and a heavy heart, a father lets go, placing his beloved son in the care of the medical team. No words can carry the weight of this moment. Only silent prayers rise. This is the edge of everything. Delshad must come back alive. It is a complex procedure.
Complex because typically most people have one whole heart condition, but he has he has an interventricular septal defect, he has an atrial septal defect, he has a patent ductus arteriosus, and he has a valvar pulmonary stenosis. So these are 4 conditions to refer. for a small child, for a small heart, is quite a complex and a tasking task. We'll go ahead and do it.
And they are doing it now. Delshad has been placed under general anesthesia, so he's deeply asleep and pain-free. The surgeon now makes an incision down the middle of the chest and separates the breastbone to reach the heart.
We have the next 4 to 6 hours to do this, and I'm sure that by God's grace we'll do it successfully.
He has now been placed on a heart-lung bypass machine, an extraordinary system that gently takes over the vital work of both heart and lungs, sustaining the flow of oxygen-rich blood throughout his body. In this delicate phase, the surgical team must proceed with utmost precision, ensuring a constant and stable circulation as the heart is carefully brought to rest and emptied, making way for the life-saving repair. The repair is now underway with meticulous precision. Working through one of the heart valves, the lead surgeon carefully reaches the defect, larger openings that demand delicate handling. Each is being patched using the boy's own tissue, a process that requires absolute focus and control. In this pediatric procedure, every movement counts. Sutures finer than a strand of hair are placed with exacting care, and the tension of each stitch must be perfectly balanced. Too tight risks tearing the fragile tissue. Too loose could allow a dangerous leak. It is a movement defined entirely by precision, where even the smallest detail carries life-altering weight. Nearly 4 hours into the surgery, every step has been meticulously documented by the nurse in charge. Thankfully, this intricate procedure is now drawing to a close. All the defects have been successfully sealed.
Yes, I am excited because, as you see, to correct it, we have to stop the heart completely from beating. We do the medically induced cardiac arrest so that we can open the heart. And then we identified all the multiple hole in heart conditions that were giving him the problems. So we repaired all the hole in heart conditions. And I said one of the main arteries, the pulmonary artery that takes blood from the heart to the lungs, was very narrow. And so we had to open it up and allow blood to flow adequately to the lungs. So it's been quite a complex repair, but everything has come up nicely.
As his blood is gradually warmed, Delshad's heart slowly comes back to life, beating on its own once more. An ultrasound probe placed down his chest provides real-time images of the heart, allowing the team to carefully assess every valve and patch. Only after confirming that everything is functioning perfectly is he taken off the bypass machine.
The echocardiogram shows that all the hole in heart defects have been repaired, and then the narrowed vessel, we have opened it adequately. So we are very excited. The heart has virtually been returned to normal, like your heart and my heart, and it will allow him to function normally and be whoever he wants to be in the future.
It is all over now, and the surgeons are rejoining the two halves of the breastbone. The soft tissues in several layers have been closed too. He can be taken to the intensive care unit now. Dr. Kwao Ntua-Mensah has just called his father to the ICU, and in moments like this, such a call could mean anything, good news or unthinkable. There's no in-between.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, by God's grace, we finished the surgery yes, and everything went well. The multiple holes, like we discussed, and then the narrowing of the vessel. By God's grace, everything has been sorted out. We have had an echo in theater, and then it's all healed. Yes. So the nurses will help you. We'd like you to change your shoes, wear a gown, and then you can go and see him. Yes, I'm sure you are relieved and happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy.
Yeah, very happy.
I saw something like pulmonary
stenosis. Yes, we have dealt with the pulmonary stenosis. I'll give you a small certificate in cardiac surgery. Good. So it's very good. Yes.
And I'm not grateful.
Yes. They have made it possible.
Yes.
Yeah, they have made it possible. Now he can play with his friends. He can go to school. He can study. He can do anything that he wants. Yes, everything has been corrected. You never know. Maybe he become a president like President Mahama in future. Yes. Good.
Knowing whatever awaits must be faced together, Mr. Likuri brings his wife along. They walk in, faces drawn tight with fear, every step heavy with uncertainty. Before the doctor, their silence speaks louder than words, their hearts racing, bracing for impact. Then, at last, relief. It is good news. They are led to their child. With lingering doubt, they study him closely, eyes searching, hearts racing, until at last they reach out and touch him, needing to be sure he is truly there.
Although ya Benedy, Yankopon ya don't for no boy in Ebedua, and you sit in
Through the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, a family once on the brink of losing one of their own has had their joy restored, bringing them renewed hope and reassurance for the future.
Want
to say Mahama K, a Burma or Bedomoy.
Maybe I'm in down massive because so many more. Maybe I'm a cock of first escaping in the other surgery.
Do you remember this?
The echocardiogram shows that all the holy heart defects have been repaired, and then the narrowed vessel, we have opened it adequately. So we are very excited. The heart has virtually been returned to normal, like your heart and my heart, and it will allow him to function normally and be whoever he wants to be in future.
Everywhere, people need care.
This is Delshad today, less than 2 months after his surgery, strong, healthy, and full of life. We traveled to his home at Sefi Afianso in the western north region of Ghana to check up on him, and what we have witnessed is nothing short of remarkable.
Yeah, you're more free. I see you by. You try 3 days no. Na I feel I shall say no to me, nanting a crack. Until I did bia improvement ba. First no Ujan man won't mean co, but I did bia Ujan man know to me like step by step, auntie. Actually, be 4 days no to me to me come in. I
didn't buy none of one day. Oh, Johnny, the bed face and need jam or so. And we pay.
But for the timely intervention of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, this story could have ended very differently.
You are more friends say, or my payment. Minam Jomu Dija, be jamming him no me when you mean yam. Tess me when you mean, we do fear could have done Cramano, many I just am see David. Or my friends will still believe you. Who say, like me who they were missing the sky, who say, like as for haunty. Come say, 1.5 billion actually. Minjindi. Didn't my codu one man send my dear.
Today, there is renewed hope, healing, and a reason for this family to smile again.
So my and your mom wa maybe I'm a baby. Me and maybe I can say be on Tiasi. So you name the Abofrebia, ya won obey and dachi. A be baby president, a be baby ministers near the other. Tiasra, most of Munkoso and Dunity.
You should also come President Mahama. Say to me, I come with my idea, Tessa. And you are not can be baby. Just say, me never be a man who be fair back cry, I did bear at that surgery, says can't contain. And they were made a need in every pay me once I'm cramming.
President, the minion is a mere mission 1-on-1. But Miss Mushiana Monana sick man, can tell them than as young point Shiano. Which because I dear why I'm mamma. Man, now you know that. Say, Minu be a man, I said, we cry, amam.
and me ko ba bia otimi nanti di machi first say me say hotel machi san so ne enko padom bibia e fine.
So ni nua ba na de na chiri ba ni we no minim de ba ni trim omo wo no na ko o friend burger anu anu na aka wa ye friend burger de ni base bi nti ha de wo ni din kura o mu hunu this a burger na
Delshad, affectionately called Boga in his community, dreams of one day wearing the police uniform and serving his country, Ghana. Today, with his health fully restored, that dream is alive once again and within reach. His story is a powerful reminder that hope can rise again, even in the darkest moments. At the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, we believe every life deserves a second chance, and through our interventions, dreams that once seemed impossible are given the opportunity to live on.
What a story. Do you remember what I said? For society to work, one must act in the interest of someone they will never, ever meet. That's an example. That's an example. To give you further insight into this life-saving initiative, driven at the highest levels, please welcome the administrator of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, Obobia Dako Opoku.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and standing on all protocols. I'd like to express my profound appreciation to Her Excellency, the High Commissioner, Mrs. Zita Benson, and her team for creating this platform and for their commitment to strengthening the relationship between Ghana and the United Kingdom, while creating opportunities for institutions such as the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to engage meaningfully with investors, development partners, the Ghanaian diaspora, and the international community. It is an honor to address this distinguished gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, a few moments ago, we watched the story of a young boy named Delshad. His future was threatened by double outlet right ventricle and patent ductus arteriosus. For his family, the diagnosis was devastating. The surgery that could save his life existed. The doctors capable of performing this surgery existed. The medical science existed. But like countless families confronting chronic illness, there was one obstacle between Delshad and the future he deserved: the cost. For many families, hope fades at this point, not because treatment or expertise do not exist, but because the financial burden is overwhelming. Thankfully, Delshad became one of the beneficiaries of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund's pilot programs. He received the intervention he desperately needed. Today, his story is one of hope. Delshad is not alone. Across Ghana, thousands share similar struggles. Mothers face breast cancer. Fathers fight prostate cancer. Breadwinners suffer from strokes. Many families battle diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and other chronic conditions, carrying heavy emotional and financial burdens. Ladies and gentlemen, when we think about health, we think of hospitals. When we think about diseases, we think of patients. But chronic non-communicable diseases are much more than a health issue. They are economic, social, and national development issues. Today, they account for about 43% of all deaths in Ghana, a figure based on data from recent National Health Insurance statistics. Behind this number are families whose lives have been upended. families who have exhausted their savings, sold lands, liquidated businesses, and sacrificed lifelong investments to save loved ones. A diagnosis should not mean poverty or loss of a family's future. Yet, too often, it does. This reality inspired the Ghana Medical Trust Fund. Our mission is simple but ambitious: to ensure that access to specialized care for chronic disease is determined by need and not by income. To ensure that geography does not determine survival, and to build a healthcare ecosystem capable of responding effectively to the growing burden of chronic, non-communicable disease across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, when I assumed office, I knew meaningful intervention required understanding the challenge. My staff and I began a nationwide needs assessment tour of teaching, regional and referral hospitals throughout Ghana. We traveled the country. What we found was sobering. Only 2 MRI machines, 5 mammogram machines, 2 radiotherapy machines in the public sector, 1 in the private sector, and just 2 cardiologists for all of the northern part of Ghana. These are not just statistics, they are reality. They show how hard it is for patients with chronic illness to get timely specialized care. This is why patients travel far, wait long, and families endure hardships. But these realities gave us clarity and a blueprint for action. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund is built around 4 strategic pillars. Together, these pillars form a comprehensive response to the challenge of chronic, non-communicable disease. The first pillar is patient support. At the heart of our work and people like Delshak, people whose lives depend on timely access to specialized care. Through this pillar, we provide financial support to eligible patients who require treatment for chronic non-communicable diseases and other complex conditions. Because no Ghanaian should be denied treatment simply because they cannot afford it. The second pillar is investment in infrastructure and medical equipment. Our nationwide assessment made one thing clear: we cannot effectively fight chronic diseases without the right infrastructure. We cannot diagnose cancer without modern diagnostic equipment. We cannot effectively manage cardiovascular disease without advanced cardiac facilities. We cannot improve outcomes without investing in technology and treatment capacity. We are setting up 3 state-of-the-art cardiology centers at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, and the Tamale Teaching Hospitals. These centers will strengthen Ghana's ability to diagnose and treat cardiovascular diseases. They will reduce the burden on patients and families. We have also distributed critical equipment, such as dialysis machines, ICU beds, and patient monitors to hospitals where they are most needed. The third pillar is specialist workforce development. Infrastructure alone does not save lives. Equipment alone does not save lives. People save lives. Our assessment revealed a major challenge: a shortage of specialists with uneven distribution. Many patients with chronic disease travel long distances for specialist care. That must change. Through partnerships with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons, the Ghana College of Nurses and Midwives, and the Ghana College of Pharmacists, the Trust Fund has invested significantly in specialist training. Our objective goes beyond training numbers. Our vision is that within a few years, every region in Ghana will have at least 10 specialists to provide advanced care for people with chronic diseases. Imagine what that means. A patient in the Upper West region getting care close to home. A cancer patient is avoiding repeated long journeys. A family receiving treatment and support without being separated from their community. That is the future we are building so far as healthcare is concerned in our republic. The fourth pillar is medical research. Addressing chronic diseases effectively requires investing in both knowledge and innovation. We need to better understand the patterns, causes, prevention, and treatment of the conditions affecting our population. With evidence from research, we can shape policy, improve interventions, and build sustainable solutions for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, already we are seeing real impact. To prepare for the nationwide rollout of our patient support program, the board approved a pilot with 50 patients from across the country. The pilot tested our systems for onboarding, monitoring, claims, and service delivery. It validated our processes and, more importantly, changed lives. Patients received support for heart and brain surgeries, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and other specialized intervention. Behind every case was a family that regained hope. Behind every treatment, a life was transformed. Behind every outcome, proof emerged that this vision can work. Yet, our ambitions extend far beyond what has already been achieved. We envision a future where comprehensive cancer centers are established across Ghana, a future where advanced diagnostic technologies are more widely available, a future where specialist care is accessible in every region, a future where a diagnosis of cancer, kidney disease, stroke, diabetes, or cardiovascular disease no longer pushes families into poverty. Achieving that future will require partnership. The government cannot do this alone. The Ghana Medical Trust Fund can simply not do this alone. Indeed, we have already seen the tremendous impact that strategic partnerships can make. I would like to acknowledge the KGL Group for partnering with the Ghana Medical Trust Fund to support the retooling of the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. This includes replacing the MRI machine there, mammogram units, CT scan, fluoroscopy machine. The total value of this donation is approximately $10 million. These are not merely investments in equipment, they are investments in lives. They will enable earlier diagnosis, more efficient treatment, and improve health outcomes for many Ghanaians, especially those battling cancer and other non-communicable disease. We need investors. We need philanthropists. We need development partners. We need corporate Ghana. We need the Ghanaian diaspora and friends of Ghana who believe that access to life-saving care should never be determined by financial circumstances. Today, I invite you to join us. Partner with us to equip hospitals. Partner with us to train specialists. Partner with us to give hope to families battling chronic diseases. And because every investment made in this cause is an investment in human potential. Every partnership is an investment in dignity. Every contribution is an investment in life itself. Ladies and gentlemen, When history reflects on this generation, it will not only ask what we built, it will ask who we lifted. It will ask whose suffering we reduced. It will ask whose lives were transformed. Today, thousands of families are waiting for another chance at life. Let us answer that call together. Let us build a Ghana where chronic disease no longer condemns families to despair. Let us build a Ghana where specialized care is accessible, affordable, and equitable. Let us build a Ghana where hope is not determined by income. Let us build a Ghana that we together can be proud of. Always remember that truly Mahama cares. Thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana.
What a mission and what a vision. Our next speaker is the architect of Ghana's industrial transformation. As a Minister of Trade for Agribusiness and Industry, she commands the policy levers governing how Ghana manufactures, trades, and competes in global supply chains. Her ministry is driving a deliberate reset, shifting towards local value addition, export diversification, and manufacturing-led growth, because that creates employment. Today, she is waking us up to the opportunities in the manufacturing sector. So I encourage all of you, to do three things. First thing, connect. Second thing, connect. Third thing, no. We need vim. We need energy. First, connect. Second, connect. Third, energy. I love it. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Minister Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari.
So on the refreshing note of Boga, let us move to what will bring the investors to Ghana so that you can all contribute generously to Mahama Cares. Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi, Ghana's Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, senior government officials, CEOs of public and private institutions, Honorable Guzitando, head of Ghana's flagship 24-hour economy, leadership of the UK-Ghana Chamber of Commerce, partners from Invest Africa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from the diaspora, business leaders, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Connect, so good morning. Good morning. Yes. One word defines Ghana's moment, reset. When you reset a device, you do not destroy it. You clear what was slowing it down, restore its core functionality, and let it perform at full capacity. That is precisely what Ghana is doing under President John Dramani Mahama's leadership. The systems are responding, confidence is returning, and Ghana is positioning itself to operate and to grow at full potential. This is a measurable shift, and the numbers confirm it. Every sector of the Ghanaian economy is resetting. Industrial reforms are underway. Markets are being reorganized. Local industries are expanding product lines and building new factories. Across our agro-processing corridors, from food processing to beverages and light manufacturing, Ghanaian enterprises are positioning themselves to serve both domestic and export markets more effectively. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the invitation by President John Dramani Mahama to the world yesterday to invest in Ghana's transformation, not out of benevolence, but out of shared prosperity in a more stable, prosperous, and sustainable economy was a bold call. To me, that single phrase reframes the entire relationship between Ghana and the global investment community and aligns with the summit theme, restoring investor confidence to unlock opportunities and shared prosperity. The theme presents Ghana not merely as a destination seeking investment, but as a rising economy offering a compelling and mutually beneficial proposition. At its core, the message is clear. Ghana is resetting the manufacturing sector. Ghana and the investor interests are not divergent. They are fundamentally aligned. Shared prosperity is achieved when investment is anchored in partnership, confidence, and a common vision for sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as highlighted by His Excellency the President yesterday, bilateral trade between Ghana and the United Kingdom hit a record 1.5 billion in 2025, an 11% increase. This is a testament to what is possible when two nations are serious about shared prosperity. Ghana and the UK now stand at a threshold of making that partnership even more powerful through our new trade partnership agreement, which extends far beyond trade and investment alone. The technical work to deliver on that promise is already well underway. We are digitalizing our rules of origin system, moving away from paper certificates to a single window digital platform that gives our exporters speed, traceability, and confidence. A sanitary and phytosanitary agreement is being finalized to ease certification for our agri-food exporters. We are advancing geographical indication protection for iconic Ghanaian products from kente and smoked fabrics to shea butter and cocoa, ensuring Ghana's heritage commands its true value in global markets. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my mission as a merchant of opportunities is to create pathways for growth, innovation, and tangible returns. And I want to speak directly to the priority sectors that your capital, your technology, and your partnership can unlock. As at the end of 2025, Ghana's manufacturing value added reached roughly 10% of GDP, signaling a sector on the verge of transformation. What sets Ghana apart is not today's baseline, but tomorrow's trajectory. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area integration, agro-processing expansion, and light manufacturing are poised to unlock scale and competitiveness. For UK investors, this is a moment to anchor capital in a market where policy is actively driving industrialization, regional trade is widening, and value addition is set to accelerate. Business community. The UK imports $3.5 billion worth of chocolate annually, nearly all processed in third countries. British consumers are increasingly demanding single origin, traceable, ethical, and sustainably sourced chocolate. This creates a compelling market opportunity in the UK chocolate sector, valued at £10 billion. Ghana invites UK manufacturers and investors to partner with us, process more cocoa at source, which means process more cocoa in Ghana at home where we grow it. Supply premium traceable inputs and jointly capture rising demand for authentic bean-to-bar chocolate and confectionery. The same value chain opportunity exists across Ghana's broader agricultural strength in cashew, shea, mango, pineapple, coconut, and oil palm. You see the smiles on the face of the director of tree crop. They will process it at home for you. These prospects are supported by targeted policies such as the Ghana National Agribusiness Policy and the Feed the Industry Program, which ensure reliable supply of high-quality raw materials for large-scale processing, while necessary infrastructure for agribusiness investment continue to be developed. Ladies and gentlemen, these opportunities reach beyond agro-processing into strategic manufacturing, particularly pharmaceuticals. Ghana's pharmaceutical industry is already the second largest in West Africa, with sales of over $571 million in 2023, projected to reach $735 million by 2028. What does this mean? Domestic production meets only 30% of local demand, creating a clear investment signal. We are actively seeking British and global investment in local manufacturing, vaccine production, active pharmaceutical ingredients, technology transfer, and traceability systems. With the most advanced regulatory framework in the sub-region and the sub-Saharan African market expanding from $8 billion in 2025 to $13 billion by 2030, Ghana is positioned to become the pharmaceutical hub for West Africa. Take the lead. Next, the global fashion industry. The global fashion industry is shifting supply chains in response to rising production costs, stricter ESG standards, and demand for ethical, traceable sourcing. Ghana is ideally positioned to benefit, offering a rich design heritage, a skilled and expanding workforce, over 4 million hectares suitable for cotton cultivation, and strong government backing for industrialization. The country is targeting $1.2 billion in new investments and the creation of 150,000 jobs in garment and textiles by 2030. We have the youth, English speaking, hardworking. Bring your investment there, you are sure that there will be returns on sale. This ambition is underpinned by a strongly growing apparel market, forecast to expand 3.1% in volume in 2026 and reach 373.3 million pieces by 2029. Leading manufacturers such as DTRT, Margrace Garments, and Unij Garments are already establishing a solid base, while the broader textile sector is projected to continue expanding through to 2035. For UK fashion brands seeking responsible, resilient, nearshore sourcing, Ghana delivers compelling advantages. Transit time to Europe of just 14 to 22 days, significantly faster than East Africa or Asia, backed by improving infrastructure and progressive policy. The invitation to invest is open. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's automotive market, valued at $2.02 billion in 2025, is projected to reach $3.41 billion by 2031. Urban new vehicle registration rose 42% between 2020 and 2022, while commercial and fleet demand, driven by ride-hailing, delivery services, and corporate leasing, is forecast to grow at 11.33% annually through 2031. Since 2019, the Ghana Automotive Development Policy has successfully attracted major assemblers, including Toyota, VW, and Nissan, delivering a combined annual capacity of 15,000 units and over $230 million in investment. Ghana is now seeking targeted investment in local component manufacturing, including precision stamping, wiring harnessing, electronics, battery, upholstery, and alongside automotive engineering skills transfer, logistics, and export-oriented production. Supported by attractive business environments for component manufacturers, local content requirements, and strategic location, Ghana offers a compelling platform under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the 400 million consumer West Africa market. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's ceramics and building material sector is benefiting from one of Africa's strongest construction booms. The construction industry grew 5.9% in real terms in 2025 and is forecast to expand at an average of 5.2% annually through 2029, underpinned by the AFDB endorsed $10 billion big push infrastructure strategy and a $150 million World Bank energy sector investment. Rapid urbanization is accelerating demand for high-quality ceramics, floor and wall tiles, sanitary ware, and technical ceramic across Ghana, and the broader West African market. Ghana offers UK investors a compelling dual opportunity: local manufacturing for domestic consumption and for export. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the global pulp and paper market was valued at $394 billion in 2025 and is projected to reach $551 billion by 2034. The fastest growing segment is packaging paper and board, which holds a 59% market share, fueled by e-commerce expansion, the shift away from single-use plastics, and rising demand for recyclable and biodegradable packaging. Ghana is uniquely positioned to capitalize on this trend through its fastest-growing forestry resources, strong agro-processing base, supported by government promotion of sustainable forest management and investment in paper manufacturing technology. UK investors have clear opportunities in paper and tissue manufacturing, sustainable packaging solutions for food and beverage, and export into the broader West African market. Ghana's green industrialization agenda aligns closely with global demand for FSC-certified eco-friendly packaging. With the Middle East and Africa growing, Ghana offers a competitive platform for establishing a vertically integrated pulp and paper industry serving both local and regional markets. More opportunities in Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana imports an estimated £508 million worth of steel. This informed the government of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to temporarily ban the export of scrap metals to make the material available for local manufacturing. Ghana offers UK steel technology companies and investors multiple entry points, including integrated steel production, downstream fabrication and processing, scrap metal recycling, and the supply of advanced low-carbon steel solutions for construction and automotive applications. Supported by export retention measures for scrap metals and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Export Gateway, Ghana provides a long-horizon opportunity to build a competitive, locally integrated steel industry serving both domestic needs and the wider West African market. Ladies and gentlemen, across every sector, from agro-processing to ceramic, from steel to sustainable packaging, there is a unifying trend. Ghana is building an industrial economy that is productive, inclusive, and sustainable. Our green industrialization agenda, anchored in President Mahama's vision of a climate-resilient, value-added economy, presents additional investment frontiers in circular economy industries, eco-friendly packaging, green building materials, and energy-efficient manufacturing. This agenda directly is aligned with the UK's net zero commitment and its drive to support low-carbon industrial supply chains globally. So for UK investors, sustainability is not merely an obligation. It is where the next generation of competitive advantage will be built. As the UK accelerates its decarbonization ambition, Ghana offers a strategic partner for green industrial growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana's reset is no longer an aspiration. It is a measurable reality reflected in the restoration of macroeconomic stability, renewed investor confidence, and deliberate reforms that are laying stronger foundation for sustainable growth. We are strengthening our trade partnership agreement with renewed commitment to accelerate implementation, deepen SMEs financing, and unlock the full potential of what our two nations have built together. To our British partners, investors, and members of the diaspora community gathered here today, your confidence in Ghana is not misplaced. The policies are deliberate. The momentum is real, and the opportunities are significant. The question before us is who will move first to seize it? They say connect how many times? 3. So connect, connect, and then connect. Ghana is ready. Our industries are prime. Our partnerships are open. Come and let's build together. Thank you very much.
Royal Kingdom Estate. Here, we don't just build structures, we build the future. Founded by visionary entrepreneur Mr. Danny Angels, RKE was born from a powerful necessity to provide litigation-free and seamless property acquisition and the reality of high-standard execution. This brand has been built strategically on the pillars of transparency and quality. We understand the unique needs of the property market, which is why we've evolved into an end-to-end real estate solution that caters to both the diaspora and the local demand. From the first grain of sand to the final key handover, RKE handles every detail with precision, and we serve as a trusted partner for those looking to invest in the motherland. Today, the RKE footprint is undeniable. With over a decade of experience in the industry and over 3,000 properties successfully sold and developed, our portfolio reflects the diversity of modern living. Discover the serenity of Grace City prime lands and homes in Aburi, where eco-friendly living meets heritage. Explore the future apartments in the heart of East Airport, designed for premium living and high-yield investment. And for the luxury traveler, the Decade redefines the short-lit experience in the city center. This brand goes beyond gated communities. Our construction excellence is independent. We build for clients on their own land across Ghana, bringing the RKE standard to every plot. With a dedicated workforce of over 1,000 employees, we are a proud engine of Ghana's economic evolution. Our commitment extends to our communities through initiatives like our CSR donations, because nurturing dreams is a part of our DNA. Royal Kingdom Estate, building communities, nurturing dreams.
Amazing. Our next segment unpacks one of Ghana's most ambitious structural reforms, the 24-hour economy initiative, extending productive activity, creating employment density, and expanding the country's economic operating hours. Guiding this fireside chat, we have Ajoba Chiama, Executive Director of UK GCC, if you could please come to the stage. Joining her is the strategist, veteran strategist with decades of experience in Pan-African policy, development, and private enterprise, the advisor to the President, Guzi Tano. Thank you so much. We're going to get you two microphones, please. 2 microphones. Oh, you've got, perfect headsets. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. So soon I'm back again. You're probably going to see me one more time, and then I shall retire for the day. So this time, I'm here covering for my dear friend Steve Gray. He's also a UKGCC UK-based advisory board member, so I'm very happy to cover for him because a little over a year ago, we hosted you to a fireside chat. It was your first public event after the NDC came into office. And it was a very revealing conversation because you shared the vision for the 24-hour economy policy. And so today I'm not going to give you the chance to talk too much about the vision. I think our conversation should focus more on what have you achieved since then in that intervening period. So I will go straight to the point, but before you start talking about what you've done, I would like you to maybe say a little bit about yourself and what you do at the Secretariat.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Augustus Tano. If you mention Augustus Tano to anybody in Ghana, they won't know who you're talking about. So everybody calls me Guzi, and you're all free to call me as such. I'm a lawyer by training, but I've actually operated mostly in the private sector in the business arena. My background is both in natural resources, particularly petroleum, and negotiating petroleum agreements and petroleum taxation. I've also done some work in diplomacy, and I find myself in the 24-hour seat because I also have an experience in commodity trading and other forms of business enterprise. So, in sum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This actually feels like a conversation between friends.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, to the question.
Well,
what have you accomplished?
At the time we met, we were in the course of putting together the program. And fortunately, by May 2025, the program was completed, and the program was launched by His Excellency the President in July 2nd, 2025. So we're barely a year old. And in that time, at the legislative front, the 24-hour program has now been actualized and institutionalized in the enactment of Law 1164, which is the 24-hour authority law. So now we have an institution that is parliamentarily approved and has statutory authority to act as a coordinating arm for the transformation program that is embedded in the 24-hour Economy and Accelerator Program document. We have done a lot of work, and as you know, the 24-hour program is based on 4 pillars. The first pillar is the modernization of agriculture and integrating it to industry. The second is manufacturing and ensuring that the logistical base for manufacturing exists through efficient supply chains and markets. The third, related to manufacturing and industrialization, is also human capital development. What kind of human beings, what kind of workforce do we need to be able to take the next step in our transformation path? All of you have heard that when we were discussing minerals yesterday, that the President has basically asked that by 2030, we should not be exporting raw materials, minerals in raw form or cocoa in raw form, but by some measure of value addition. The reality is that the way in which the 24-hour program is designed also to correct the structural deformities that were left with the colonial economy. I said, and I've said before, that in 1920, Ghana was exporting gold, cocoa, and timber in raw form. In 2026, Ghana's main exports are gold, oil replacing timber, and cocoa in raw form. The idea of the 24-hour economy is to transform this and create a strong industrial base linked to agriculture, linked to logistical supply systems and markets that are efficient. If you take, for instance, any product that is manufactured in Ghana and you look at the cost buildup, you'd be surprised that logistics, the cost component represented by logistics and transport is almost 60%. The global average is 15%. So the attempt to be able to address this reflects in the 24-hour program by gradually moving away from road transport as a main means of transporting 90% of our goods and utilizing the rail connection between Tema and Akosombo all the way up through the Volta Lake, which is the world's largest man-made lake, to Buipe, and then onwards to Tamale and to the Sahel. So creating a new artery of transportation that lowers the cost of transport per kilometer, per ton kilometer, and also reducing the carbon footprint of the way in which we move our goods, and creating logistical hubs along that Volta economic corridor that will bring down the cost of moving goods. And in that corridor also is a deliberate policy to develop agro-ecological parks and industrial parks to manufacture food and beverages, manufacture textiles, manufacture pharmaceuticals, and of course, to be able also to create the infrastructure that allows for all these goods to move by improving, developing the ports along the Volta Lake and also developing the floating assets in a way that you can move both container cargo, liquid cargo, and dry bulk goods to and from the north to the south. Don't forget that the Volta Basin is a regional basin and offers a regional possibilities that create an integrated market for us in Ghana and West Africa. You have Mali, you have Burkina Faso, you have Niger, and you have Ghana. And almost all these countries also use Tema Harbor as their main throughput and entry point for exporting and importing goods. So that channel from Tema Harbor all the way to Tamale will become an important artery for better, more efficient supply chain systems and also enhanced production in agriculture, in industry, and also improved market systems as well.
I think you've anticipated a lot of the questions I was going to ask you, but it's fine. It's fine. You talked about the why. I'm curious, in terms of bringing this Volta Economic Corridor project to life, how far have we come? What have we achieved? And where are the opportunities for the UK investors that are sitting in this room that would be interested in taking advantage of this opportunity?
Okay, first of all, I think that the Volta River itself and the construction of the Akosombo Dam, which is about 1,020 megawatts, was inspired by our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, with the deliberate purpose of industrializing Ghana.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that dream was attenuated after he left office. And it's President Mahama who has revived that ambition and that dream. But it's much more than a dream. Because we recognize, first of all, that the very imperative to create and build Akosombo Dam was the first and important recognition that without energy, industrialization is an impossible task.
Yep.
So our first measure, practical measure, was how do we attract energy that is affordable, that's sustainable, that will power the industrial parks and the agroecological parks in the Volta Economic Basin. And don't forget, the Volta Economic Basin touches 75 districts in Ghana. From the Volta region, Savannah region, Northern region, Bono East region, and Greater Accra region, and Eastern region, by the way. So it touches everybody. And that's where the industrialization is going to occur. And that's where the enhanced productivity and expansion of agricultural output is also going to occur. So to be able to sustain that, you need energy, and you need energy that is affordable and priced to make industry profitable. Today, in Ghana, the cost of electricity is between 15 to 23 cents per kilowatt hour. Our neighbors in Benin, through the Arise Park, are charging 8 cents per kilowatt hour. Other countries are between 6 and 8 cents, and of course, Ghana and Kenya top with 18 to 23 cents and also 15 to 20 cents also. You can't really do very much in terms of, especially energy-intensive industries, with those kinds of costs.
No, we can't.
So fortunately, we have attracted investment into the renewable space in two forms. The first is building a 1.5 gigawatt solar park in Bupe at the head of the Volta Lake system. And this will be generated into the grid in increments, beginning with 100 megawatts this year to 2027, 500 megawatts through to 2027-28, and in 2028 by 2029, we should have the full 1,500 megawatts, with the last tranche of 900 megawatts being deployed. And this will serve not only the companies in the VEC, but also other stranded entities that have no power. And also become an important point for joint partnership with VRA and hopefully with GRICO to export into Burkina Faso. Because of Ghana's growth, you heard the minister say 7.7% last year on the non-oil front, electricity demand is increasing. And it's also increasing because you have now EVs, and then you have people with the ambition to deploy data centers and so on. So last year alone, there was, at the beginning of the year, a spike in demand for about 700 megawatts. So to be able to achieve all these different elements of electricity consumers, we need to be able to cut off what we export to Burkina, cut off what we export to Togo, Benin, and also continue our exchange with Côte d'Ivoire. So also this project proposes the possibility of expanding and injecting into the 225 grid that goes to Burkina Faso as an export revenue base for the power plant.
Okay, I think you anticipated that there's going to be a question about power supply.
Yes.
Consistent and...
But there's another component. We're also doing biofuels and bioenergy.
Okay.
Because one of the things we've seen is that our dependence on fossil fuels also costs us a huge amount of charge on foreign exchange, several $1 billion a year. And if you're operating at $63 per barrel, and the next moment it goes $114 per barrel Brent, because some people decide that they must start a war, that affects all the efforts you've made at the macro level to build reserves up to $14.5 billion, 5.8 months cover, achieve inflation at 3.4%, and other indicators that have been read to you since yesterday. So the micro at all times must respond to the macro by generating increased growth as the most important form of resilience. So our view is that for us to be able to become less dependent on fossil fuels, we must also go along the line of biofuels, which are being mainstream now, with compressed biogas, liquefaction of that biogas into renewable liquefied natural gas are things that we're pursuing. And for the moment, we have 2 customers who need, I think, 600 million cubic meters of gas to produce sodium cyanide and also produce cement. So we're looking at that frontier. The prices are slightly higher than fossil fuel-based, but the technology has begun with solar, is advancing dramatically, and we hope that at some point we will be very close or a slight premium above fossil fuel-based. So it's a total industrialization program, and in talking about renewable natural gas, you're also talking about future chemical industry, because what we're doing with that renewable natural gas also feeding into the production of caustic soda by providing the energy, and also sodium cyanide. Because Ghana, Mali, Burkina, Guinea, all of us produce gold, but we import all the sodium cyanide. And the idea is to build an integrated facility for caustic soda and sodium cyanide, and basically pursue one of the key components of the 24-hour economy, import substitution combined with exports.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think you've said that, and I think it's in all of the communications about the 24-hour economy. But there was part of my question that I feel as if you didn't really answer.
Please.
It was about the biggest opportunities, the biggest commercial opportunities that you see in all of this for UK investors.
I think the 5 or 6 opportunities that exist from the point of view of meeting domestic supply as part of our import substitution strategy, as well as being able to export. And I'll go one by one.
Yeah.
Food and beverages. Ghana imports $3 billion of food every year. So clearly there's demand. There's no issue about demand. The important thing is, how do we manufacture competitively, consistently, reliably to feed that domestic market and create the surplus that allows us to export into West Africa, which is 425 million people, and then into after, which is 1.4 billion people. So food and beverages, you're not talking about just the 34 million people in Ghana. You're talking about 425 million people. And then you're talking about the 1.4 billion people. And when I speak about food and beverages, we're talking about the cassava complex, which is ethanol, bioplastics, pharmaceutical and food-grade starch, and all the things that come out of the cassava. When we talk about soya bean, we're talking about oil, we're talking about soya meal for the poultry industry, we're talking about the tertiary products from soya, lecithin, and plant glycerin for the cosmetic industry. When we talk about groundnuts, we're talking about crude groundnut oil, we're also talking about groundnut meal for poultry, And we're also talking about the possibility of exporting crude groundnut oil to China, because China like deep fry, and groundnut oil is the best for deep fry. So everything we do is linked and is structured along value chains. The next complex of production and products that are attractive is pharmaceuticals. Madam Minister has just told us how Ghana is the second largest producer of pharmaceuticals in the ECOWAS region. Ghana has a track record of selling generics, infusions, injectables into that sub-region. One of the things that is happening now is that the Food and Drugs Board has been now certified. So once Ghana drugs are certified by the Food and Drugs Board, which is at level 3 of the WHO tier, we can now sell directly into Liberia, into Sierra Leone, and into Gambia without any certifications from those countries. The African pharmaceutical environment is trying to remove the bottleneck so that once you reach certain levels in the WHO tier, then you can then sell without the requisite, with the requisite standards. And because when you reach those requisite standards, you don't have to re-register and then create the length of time that is required to sell into other people's markets. One of the problems, and I just like to touch on this, one of the problems with selling pharmaceuticals from Ghana into the export market is that sometimes, because they are being bought by the ministries of health in other countries, sometimes payment delays, or it takes a while, it takes a year, and so on. So one of the things we're looking at the 24-hour economy and working with the pharmaceutical companies who export is also to see how we can then do barter. So that if you sell and the Ministry of Health is not able to pay, what product do they have? Is it cotton that Burkina has? You create an SPV jointly owned by the farmer community, and that takes the cotton, liquidates it, and distributes it to those who have. So that we, as we're sorting out the payment system and after, we create new and innovative ways to be able to keep the liquidity going and the cash flow going. Out of the experience, we're building a Legon Innovation and Pharmaceutical Park. And that park is designed to invite manufacturers of NCD drugs, onco drugs, as well as the usual generics, the injectables, and also medical devices, and also diagnostic equipment. And of course, these will be compartmentalized because of the rules governing these things. But the idea is to generate shared infrastructure so that the entry cost for small, medium, and slightly large pharmaceutical enterprise is not that great, because they don't have to invest in roads, they don't have to invest in power plants, standby generators. So everything is there. Steam, all of that is available and is shared. It lowers the entry cost and the early capital cost, and you have enough money then to be able to generate your working capital to produce these products. The market is there, because Ghana imports almost 80%, 70 to 80% of its pharmaceutical products. That demand is there. The market now is $600 million. It's expected to go to $900 million. And if you add the potential exports, it's far in excess of $1 billion. Madame has talked about textiles and garments, so I will not go into that. And then we also have, because one of the things we discovered is that if we're going to modernize agriculture, then we have to also look at what are the tools that we use to grow food as part of our food security strategy. Tractors, threshers, and many more. Particularly in the context where our post-harvest losses for most of our crops are between 30 and 40%, and for yam, it's almost 70%. So the idea is to build capacity in creating the machinery that allows us to limit these post-harvest losses, generate more income at the farm gate, and also create a more reliable and sustainable supply chain system, as I mentioned before. So we're also working with the University of Science and Technology, who have just given us 150 acres to build a Kumasi Machinery and Industrial Technology Park, and connect it with SWAMI so that we improve the scale and the levels and standards of our work, so that we can not only just sell into Ghana, but sell into West Africa. Yesterday, I met one of the bright and young people who are producing springs and producing nuts and bolts. And they tell me, I haven't verified it, but I have no reason to believe that they are telling us stories. The market alone for articulator springs, for the trailers, in Nigeria alone, the orders that they have, which they cannot meet, is 580 million United States dollars. This is the reality of Africa and the reality of West Africa. There are a lot of young entrepreneurs, a lot of new and innovative ideas, but the problem is they have nowhere to go because there's no finance. So one of the biggest components of our program is the SME on-lending program, because 92% of employment is generated by the SMEs, and they constitute also 92% of our GDP. So you cannot avoid them. It's okay for a bank to come and sit here and say, oh my goodness, they're risky, they're unbankable, we can't find them when we give them money. The reality of the matter, you must solve that problem.
Yes.
And our way of solving that problem.
I know this is in direct response to yesterday's conversation with the financial institution.
Our way of solving that problem is to, one, look at what is the crisis. One, most of these entities do not have the governance and financial management systems that allow them to be banked. They may have the skill sets, but they don't have the governance and financial management systems and the audits that allow them to be banked and the procedures. So one of the things we identified is that if we're going to make any headway, we must build an ecosystem where ESO support, enterprise support organizations, adopt these organizations and develop them to overcome these challenges. So that's number one. So we build the ESO system into the risk mitigants that the Bank of Ghana will recognize and banks will recognize to allow the SMEs to be banked. That's number one. Two, you cannot build an economy, build an SME community, some of whom will become your large-scale enterprises, your multinationals, your exporters, if you insist that property can be the only basis for advancing credit to an entity. Because 90% of Ghanaians don't have property. So are we going to say, well, until all of us get property, then we'll be banked, or we find ways? So one of the things we've looked at, and we're working very closely with the central bank, is to see how they can accept credit guarantee insurance as a way to bank the SMEs, from as low as $5,000 to as much as 5 to 10 million United States dollars. And this is being done. This is being done with a private sector entity because, as you all know, and let me emphasize that, the 24-hour program is a private sector delivery program. We are there to work with them as enablers. And as somebody said yesterday, we're there simply to facilitate and not to lead. And what the work we're doing is that basically we're attracting private capital, DFI capital, into the credit guarantee scheme. If we're able to raise 40 million United States dollars by the end of this year, Q1, 2027, then that will give us Class A, AAA, reinsurance support of about 300 million United States dollars. If we reach the ultimate of $300 million in the equity base of that entity, then we can attract 2 billion United States dollars of cover. And that should be enough for us to be able to grow and expand our SME base, and even larger capital entities that find it difficult to raise capital. And I think that one of the things that Nana said in talking about infrastructure finance is that building a system of lending and building the credit enhancements behind it allows for greater confidence in financing. And one of the things we're looking at very closely also is that because banks are so hesitant in supporting SMEs, we should also create an SME securitization fund along the credit insurance fund so the banks can securitize their loan book, in SMEs and sell it out so that they can expand their loan book gradually, because as the pipelines are being generated, they're lending, that's also being securitized and then ending up on the exchange. So we utilize the capital markets as well. This is the total ecosystem that we're trying to build. Lastly,
sorry, I know he's going to be here for the rest of the day, so if you want to have further conversations, you can approach me. I know I could listen to you all day.
No, don't worry about it.
But we have to end this soon. So before we leave the stage, you've spoken about some of your expected milestones that are coming up. Are there any others? If we sit on a stage similar to this at a Ghana-UK investment forum next year or maybe in 2 years, what are some of the other milestones that you expect to accomplish that would convince us in this room and to the general public that truly you're doing an amazing job, and so more people should put their money into this?
Okay, so let me give you a quick rundown.
Yes.
Food and food security is very important for us because that's a foundation. The surplus from that activity is what is going to feed industry. Mm-hmm. So we're doing several things. We have an investor doing 60,000 hectares of palm plantation. That will generate about 250,000 tons of crude palm oil and also PKO and the other...
palm kernel.
Palm kernel oil.
Yeah.
Okay, that's for cosmetics and so on and so forth. Now that is structured in such a way that not only do we meet our domestic supply, which is about 175,000, but we also engage the Nigerian market, which has a deficit of about 500,000 tons. So we can then use that as a basis for export and also as a basis for value addition. The same, what you can do with cassava, you can also do with palm oil through the olanes, the stearings, and so on and so forth. So that is an important milestone.
Yes.
Food self-sufficiency, surplus for industry, and then export, both of the raw and also the value addition. What most people fail to recognize is that some of the countries that are so well endowed agriculturally, such as Ghana, along the lake is 8 million hectares of land. 4 million is in forest reserves. Another 4 million is available as arable land. Our target is 2 million hectares to produce the soybean, the palm, all along the lake and the tributaries of the lake. So we are able then to access irrigation at a cheaper cost.
Because water is important.
We have lake transport at a cheaper level, and also labor that is young, able, and committed to improving their lives, and therefore becoming more productive. So that component is very key for us. Food security, moving to industrialization, moving to exports. The other component of this strategy is a Tamale cargo hub. Tamale is the shortest distance from Ghana to London town, to Sainsbury's, to Tesco, and to all the other Waitroses and so on, where we can begin now to compete with our East African brothers to sell vegetables into the European market, into the North African market, and into the Gulf. So we're developing a cargo hub in the Tamale area. The concession has been given out by the Ghana Airports Authority, 150 acres to build the cold chain systems, build the cargo systems that will allow us to be able to use that as a takeoff point to penetrate these markets with vegetables and with fruits. And the feed for that is an agroecological park of 43,000 hectares, which we've just finished demarcating, that will then grow these vegetables and cut flowers. Because we discovered, thanks to the private sector investor, that the soil types that have propelled and pushed Kenya's cut flowers boom has also, we have similar from Kintampo to Tamale. Would you believe that on Valentine's Day, Kenya added 17 747 or 17 cargo planes to ship flowers to loved ones in these markets and other markets? We're like, even if we got 6 of those, we're very happy.
So there's another opportunity.
And then there's several more. There's a deal room going on.
Yes.
And I would urge you very much
to visit. The team from the 24-hour Economy Secretariats are in the deal room.
Yeah.
So I would encourage the audience to visit the deal room during coffee break as well as lunch break to talk to There's the team leads for the big push, for the Accelerated Export Development Program. They are all going to be in the deal room. And like I said, Mr. Tano is going to be available to speak to people individually. So thank you very much. It's always fascinating listening to you. Always insightful. I think we have to stay for photos. I don't know where the photographers are. Yeah.
Greetings from the center of the world and the gateway to Africa, Ghana. My name is Abla Chifa Gomashi, Member of Parliament for the good people of Ketu South in the Volta region of Ghana, also known as the Oxygen City, and the Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts for the Republic of Ghana. I want to share with you all what the government of Ghana, under the sterling leadership of His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama, has to offer the world. Security, freedom of expression, a stable economy, and good governance in a very democratic environment.
Ghana is a land where the sun never fails to shine, with a reputation as the friendliest in Africa. From its tropical beaches to fascinating historical heritage, it is rich in cultural diversity and natural attractions.
Ghana holds a great history where ancient traditions meet modern endeavors. Just imagine dancing to high life, listed by UNESCO as an intangible cultural heritage of humanity, and bobobo rhythms, walking in Ghana's iconic kete cloth, also listed by UNESCO as a heritage cloth for humanity, walking through UNESCO-listed heritage sites and discovering creativity in every corner of our country.
Life in the cities moves to its own beat, setting the pace for work and pleasure.
We have a very rich social life as well, in terms of all the celebrations that we have as a country.
We can enjoy our weekend to enjoy the sea, or even more far to go to Cape Coast. Ghana is a nice place.
The long-term plan for tourism development has set goals to attract 2.45 million visitors to Ghana by 2022, doubling tourism revenues by the same year to $4.69 billion. Natural beauty, historic and cultural heritage, hospitality, safety, and stability are the strategic focus areas for tourism development.
You need to experience Ghana through our vibrant festivals, rich history, creative fusion of music, fashion, film, theatre, and craft, and our enviable warm hospitality. Experiencing the natural beauty of the landscape, the beaches, forests, mountains, forts, and castles, while indulging in our local cuisine, which includes our celebrated Ghana Jollof.
Think big. Think Ghana. That is the philosophy of Ghana's first president and the force behind his plans for the rapid industrialization of Ghana. A nation with limitless natural resources, from earth to sky, bursting with potential and a wide array of long-term advantages for industrial producers. Ghana's Domestic Enterprise Development Program is helping to chart a new direction, turning around its manufacturing potential.
There's also a fast infrastructure development agenda on the side of the government to ensure that businesses that would come into the country do have the necessary support and facilities, to help them, kickstart whatever business ventures they want to undertake in Ghana.
Ghana is a friendly business destination for business, but not only for business. It's a safe environment. It's safe for family to live here.
It is politically stable. Yeah, changes of government with a minute difference in vote goes up without a hitch.
I travel across many parts of the world. I feel is the safest place, and in fact, I advocate all the times that I don't feel safe in India when I'm there. I safe in Ghana when I'm here. So when I go back to any countries, when I come back home, it's like I'm back to home.
Big hotel chains are entering the Ghanaian hospitality market. The Kempinski, the Movenpick, the Hilton, the Marriott are all lined up to establish a footprint in the country.
It's hard to describe, but I knew from the moment I walked out of the airport at Kitoko that I was in the right place. And then what I also found out is, I have a pretty healthy sense of humor, and I found out if you have a sense of humor and patience, Ghana is a place you can really go far.
Air transport has seen immense upgrades with an aim to make Ghana the regional hub for major international airlines. The numbers of visitors arriving in Ghana has increased steadily from 931,000 in 2010 to 1.1 million in 2014. From its beaches to its national parks, Ghana offers exciting ecotourism potential.
Mole is relatively rich in the biodiversity. Mole is home to over 90 mammal species, 300 bird species, 33 reptile species, 9 amphibian species, over 120 butterfly species, and 740 vascular plant species, 4 of which are rare and 24 endangered.
This land is rich with heritage.
If we could do it, then you can do it. And it can happen in Ghana.
Ghana is more than a destination. It is a land of enormous opportunities. Come, invest. Come so together we can build a beautiful future together at the center of the world in the sunshine of Ghana. I thank you.
Think Ghana. Make it happen.
So my next speaker commands this portfolio at the highest ministerial level. She is distinguished cultural advocate and policy innovator whose mandates cover heritage development, creative industry regulation, and international tourism. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Minister Abla Jifa Gomashi.
Hello, everybody. How you all doing? Are you as hungry as I am? We'll get there, won't we? I think it's safer to just stand on the existing protocols spread out beautifully by previous speakers and the eloquent MC who is showing off his Ghanaianness in that beautiful costume you're wearing. It's good. Colleague Minister for Trade, my former boss actually, at the same ministry, colleague Deputy Minister. It's good to be here. And you've seen what Ghana has to offer. I think that from the President himself to the young MC, from the day we started this program, we've been telling you what it is that Ghana has to offer. That whole experience is embodied in the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Don't you agree? Absolutely. I'm sure he's heard me say on many platforms that I think he's my biggest cultural ambassador and also the promoter of our country. Nobody can do it better than him. Nobody can do it better than him. But today, having watched this video, I'm here to ask you that is it even possible to have a trade ministry if you don't have shea butter to sell, if you don't have fashion to sell, if you don't have, what else? Senior Guzi just talked about palm kernel oil, food. Everything in the ecosystem is because there's culture. All of this is part of who we are, it's our identity. Both the tangible and intangible ones define who we are, and it is that which we bring to the table to ask you to come and share in the prosperity that we are endowed with. So Ghana is a gateway for tourism and creative investment. Ghana stands as a pivotal moment, in its economic transformation because we have a visionary and bold leader. The tourism, culture, and creative arts sector is emerging as one of the most dynamic engines of national growth, attracting global visitors, diaspora investors,
and international partners. And even though I do mention that we have diaspora investors, I've agreed to come because really, I was told by the ambassador that I was going to meet the people behind the dream that has set this country apart from the rest of the world. If anybody understands what the power of tourism can do, it is the United Kingdom. I'm sure that you know that yourselves, that it's not as if they particularly are on our media spaces promoting their country, but we know how many people come in here because there's something strategic that they're doing. So I agreed to come so we can learn and share experiences with those who are leading this sector in this country. So the growing economy, a rising middle class, expanding infrastructure, and government-backed investment incentives make Ghana an attractive destination for capital. And yesterday, the leader of GIPC told you what is available to you in terms of incentives. We don't just tag along with GIPC, we also do have, for your information, land that is vested in the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, litigation-free. And you and I can have a conversation on what you can do with that land for us and for yourselves. It is also important to say that tourism finds expression in different ways. So there's hospitality and accommodation. And in that space, I can assure you that if you invested in the hospitality industry, especially where hotels are concerned, you will be making the returns before you can blink. We have a huge deficit of rooms that can accommodate people when we have conferences and so on. It is a matter of perhaps a little bit of embarrassment for me that sometimes when I'm offered conferences that can house about 5,000 people and 10,000 people, it is difficult to accept it because I know that I do have a deficit. And if you look at the caliber of people who are expected to these conferences, you need a certain kind of hotel to be able to accommodate these people. And so if you're an investor who has the money and you want to plunge it into the tourism sector, I'm the person you should be talking to. We have ecotourism and heritage tourism. The heritage sites that we have, some are natural, others are legacies from our history, but they all do lend themselves to platforms where you can tap in because really they all need some kind of renovation and hotels and restaurants around them. So for example, if you travel from Accra to Cape Coast to go and experience the forts and castles there, you shouldn't want to come back to Accra because that's where you're lodging. You should be able to stay around it. So if you're unable to finish the tour or the experience that Cape Coast offers, you should stay there, and then when you're ready to fly out of Ghana, you can come back to Accra and fly out. So the potential is there. Film and digital media. This is a huge space with, as the MC said, we are not in short supply of the talent. What we are in short supply of is the facility, the studios, the capital to support the industry. And if you've been to Ghana, and even if you haven't, you've had High Life. I see Rex Omar in the room, my celebrated musician, yes. You should know the giants in the film and music industry, and of course the fashion as well. What we need is a hub that can accommodate all of these domains in the sector with investments in infrastructure, in machines, in studios, and what have you. And of course, the training as well. And talking about training, then that brings me to the point where we need an investor or a partner in the training of the people front of house to the back of the house. We need a school, a world-class school that can train people in the ecosystem. And I've looked around West Africa and I see that we don't have one. So if you came to invest in that space, then you have the whole of the ECOWAS region to tap people in and train. And I must say that for me, that's the most important thing for the sector right now. Our food, you know, we cook the best foods in Ghana, don't we? Yes. And you know that our cultural heritage, expressive as it is, colorful as you have seen, is already drawing you to our country, but we need to train the people who are giving the service. If food is served with a smile, it tastes better, doesn't it? So you know my drift. Right. So arts, culture and entertainment, we need venues for big concerts. In the last few months, I've had to be negotiating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs because they own the facility, the grounds where the biggest auditorium is. And it's not even built in hard blocks. It's a dome. And they want their land, and I'm negotiating with them to keep the facility there, because if they take it away, I'm not able to host big conferences and entertainment shows. So these are opportunities that I think if you engage with us, we should be able to make it easy for you to come and invest in that space. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another perhaps very exciting reason why I'm here is that the front of the beaches are opening themselves with their arms wide spread, as I have done, asking you to come and invest. The Marine Drive project is Accra's waterfront transformation. The Marine Drive project is a landmark initiative designed to transform Accra's waterfront into a vibrant hub for tourism, culture, and investment. Positioned as a catalyst for national growth, it blends heritage, leisure, and modern infrastructure to create a world-class destination. This flagship development exemplifies the scale and ambition of Ghana's investment vision for the sector. It is a collaboration between the state and private sector, and the land is vested in the hands of the ministry and its agencies, 13 agencies that I have, but 2 most importantly for this particular project. And I can assure you that if you've had challenges anywhere around the world in finding land, in this particular instance, where this particular project is concerned, I can assure you that it's going to be like drinking a cup of tea. And I know how you all love your tea in Britain, even though I'm a coffee drinker myself. So the returns on investment, high tourism potential this place carries, millions of visitors projected annually, driven by Accra's growing profile as a global tourism and business destination. And remember, once you invest in this and employment comes, job creation does happen. Thousands of direct and indirect employment opportunities across construction, hospitality, retail, and creative services are available. Diverse revenue streams, hospitality, retail, cultural attractions, real estate generate multiple complementary income channels for investors. Long-term value. Sustainable development backed by strong government support ensures investor confidence and enduring asset appreciation. And yesterday, if you recall, His Excellency the President did mention tourism as one of the areas that he's asking you to support us with. So the oversight of this project is by the ministry, as I said before, and also we have an anchor developer already on site, the Atachi Construction Limited, and they are also here with me. And if you wanted to further this conversation, the 2 of us will be able to engage with you and see how far we can go with this. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the potential of this sector is one that cannot be said in a day. And so I'm going to leave my cards with the MC, and my secretary is somewhere around here. If you wish to perhaps come to Ghana and have a conversation. We'll be more than happy to have you. And anything that supports our industry, aviation, transport, trade industry, and the 24-hour economy. We tap into all the things that they have shared with you today because we know that our work is made easier because they are there in the value chain. We are positioning Ghana as the go-to place or destination in Africa, and it is with your support that I can achieve that. That you saw me dancing here is not the only thing I do. I want to be able to also cook with you, wear the fashion with you, travel to the tourist sites with you, and leave a lasting impression in your store of knowledge of the countries that you have been to already. But indeed, believe in His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, and the ministers who work with him, knowing that your investment is safe. I welcome you to Ghana. Thank you very much.
There you see it, there you see it. So now we're going to be moving on to our very first panel, positioning Ghana as an agribusiness investment hub beyond subsistence agriculture. Now, we often look to West Africa as the hub for sustainable commercial farming, optimizing the value chain beyond subsistence agriculture and remaining paramount, So ultimately, what we're trying to do is get people together to understand there is so much value in agribusiness. It is a labor creator, full stop. Agribusiness is a labor creator. Tying that with manufacturing, it's a beautiful, beautiful line. So to guide us on this panel, you've seen her a lot today. She's been working very, very, very hard. I'll tell you that for free. She's Executive Director of the UK GCC, Ajoba Chiama. She's going to be our moderator. And I'll also introduce our panelists. We have Deputy CEO of Cocoa Board Ghana, Ato Boatin, Dan Akwe, thank you so much. Dan Akwe, CEO of Agri Impact. We have the Honourable Andrews Osei Okwa, CEO of Ghana Tree Corp Development Authority. Nana Opoku Ware Ofori Ajiman Prempe, CEO of Grow For Me, serious name. And Manoj Bajista, CEO of Olam Food Ingredients. Please welcome my esteemed panel to the stage.
Yes.
Thank you. I will check with Mr. Otto.
Thank you very much. I promise you, this is the last time you're seeing me on the stage today. Yes. Obviously, I've been here already, so I'm standing on existing protocols. This is actually my panel, the first one I was covering for Stephen Gray. So, yeah. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm the lone lady, but yes, I'm used to it. I'm used to being amongst the only lady amongst men. So many things have been said this morning, both by the Honourable Minister of Trade and Mr. Tano from the 24-Hour Economy Secretariat about Grow For Me and the new focus of the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. They're taking a decisive reset to ensure that there are reforms that happen in the agribusiness sector. They want to cut costs, attract investments, and drive industrialization so that we are processing the food or the agricultural products that we grow. So this is a very timely conversation, and it's anchored on the National Agribusiness Policy built around value addition, which we've just spoken about, supply chain resilience, and export competitiveness. I will start by asking each of you to introduce yourselves and talk a little about the work that you do, just so that when I ask the questions later, people in the audience are clear where your answers are going to be situated in. So I will start from my friend, Honorable Andy Oseokra, on my extreme left, and then continue from there to my right.
Thank you very much, and all protocol observed. Madam, as you rightly said, my name is Andy Oseokra. Currently, I happen to be the Chief Executive for Ghana Tree Crop Development Authority, courtesy His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, since last year, 17 February 2025, that I occupied that seat. In terms of background, I have forestry and an agroforestry background, and also a human resource management expert. And I happen to do a lot of youth development and leadership things. So briefly, that is, I also happen to be former Deputy Ashanti Regional Minister under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama first term. Thank you.
Okay, that's wonderful. So I'll be targeting the questions around policy towards you. Just to be clear. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dan Akwe. I'm an agribusiness development expert. I have over 3 decades experience in the industry spanning over 30 African countries and the Caribbean. My company's name is Agri Impact, and I'm the founder and the group CEO. We provide agribusiness management services, and project management, and financial facilitation. And we've done that for a number of national and multinational organizations. We've run consultancy services for almost every international organization in the world, from the World Bank, Africa Development Bank, IFAD, FAO, MasterCard Foundation. We work with over 15 international universities globally, and we are also the lead implementers of the major agricultural projects supported by the MasterCard Foundation in Ghana. We're running a number of programs, but I'm sure we will come to the programs that we are running later on, which serve as the model for some of the things that we've been talking about. We also run the largest greenhouse business in West Africa, and we've had a lot of people asking us about greenhouse production, and we'll also spend some time on greenhouse opportunities for Ghana. We are also in the digital space. Our focus is unlocking job opportunities for young people. We are in the agri-digital space, and so far we have introduced new programs with KNUST, including drone services. Yes. So that is brief about Dan Akwe.
Thank you, Dan. Over to you.
So I'm Atu Boatin, Deputy CEO of Ghana Cocoa Board. I'm part of a team that is turning around the cocoa industry and then evolving it into a more transformed sector, pillared on value addition, and then more participation for local players. I'll be short because I think that I want to say. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ato. I think there was a lot of conversations around cocoa yesterday.
Yep.
So it's very good that you're on the panel today. Manoj, over to you.
Yeah, hi. My name is Manoj Vishisht. I represent Olam Food Ingredients. So first, a couple of sentences about myself because I want to compete with my friend here.
Go ahead.
So, I am in cocoa sector for last 25 years, and I have lived in Africa for 10 years between Nigeria and Ivory Coast, all in cocoa. And now I'm the CEO of the cocoa division, and I'm very happy to be here. And about Olam Food Ingredient, actually people who are in cocoa and cashew in this room, and 2 of our biggest stakeholders sitting on this table, so they would know us very well. We are one of the largest traders and integrated players in cocoa industry. We are the largest cashew and nut exporters, processors globally. We are one of the most dominant players in spices. We are, integrated into dairy operations, and so that's what our story is. And especially in Ghana, just madam 2 sentences, Ghana, you have to sell the Ghana stories to others, but we have already sold on the story because we are there for last 32 years. We are the largest LBC We are the only company having a processing plant in Ashanti region. We deal with 100,000 farmers. We are the largest exporters of cashews, and we are very, very integrated with 100,000 farmers engagement and one of the largest, sort of sustainability program we run in. So we are very happy to be here.
Thank you, Manoj. Last but not the least, Kwame.
Thank you. Very nice to be here. I start on all protocols. My name is Kwame Bekwem, and I'm co-founder of Grow For Me, together with my CEO, Nana, who's based in Ghana, and CEO of AfriSAF as well. Grow For Me is actually the first SEC-registered crowd farming platform in Ghana. We launched actually in 2018 when the 4 co-founders did a bicycle ride from Accra to Lagos. It took us 7 days, and we learned everything about the grassroots, the people, the opportunity in Ghana when it comes to agribusiness. Today we have 30,000 smallholder farmers on our platform, and we work with about 3,000 retail investors, many of whom are in the diaspora, and we are growing 30% per year. We have a recent partnership with MTN, so allowing people to digitally invest in farming through their mobile MTN wallets. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, so let's dive into the conversation. And I think that it's important that we start with the policy landscape. So I will start with Honorable Angie.
Thank you.
What policy and regulatory interventions are being introduced to unlock investment across Ghana's tree crop value chains? And how can these support industrial scale processing?
Thank you very much, Madam. And I think this was even clear. And thanks to Honorable Minister for Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry, where he talked about the things that government is doing, several of them.
Yeah, and please also feel free to talk about the areas of the biggest opportunities for the people in the room.
All right. So yes, just to give you a bit of background, Ghana's strategic push to diversify on cocoa, where it led us to several of our commercial trees that we did not have regulations and production for that. And because of that, government designed a lot of policies and regulations and institutional arrangements to get other commercial trees also considered. And this led to the establishment of the Tree Crop Development Authority. And by an Act of Parliament, Act 1010 of 2019, the Tree Crop Development Authority was established to regulate 6 selected tree crops, for that matter, 6 selected economic trees, in addition to what we have on cocoa for diversification. So we have cashew, coconut, oil palm, rubber, mango, and shea. I repeat, cashew, coconut, oil palm, rubber, mango, and shea. I've given a short acronym as CCOMS. So if you look through the brochure, you'll find a page of the tree crops as CCOMS, which happens to be the 6 selected crops. And in addition to that, government also led its operationalization by establishing LI 2471, that operationalizing this act to ensure that we are able to implement the act. In that case, several interventions through that came in. Number one, to be able, we needed a single regulator to be able to do that. Hitherto, we didn't have that. So these 6 crops have a regulator to regulate and develop that sector. So that is number one. Then the regulator, one of the policies in the regulation to ensure that we provide and become one strategic one-stop shop where investors can get whatever is needed in terms of these 6 crops so that we can reduce their transactional costs, ensure that their regulatory certainty is assured, and make sure that whatever they need to do as far as these 6 crops are concerned in Ghana is well taken. And it's in the act and the regulation. So one of the key things to make sure that the industry is regulated. In that case, now we need to enforce what the law says and what the LI says, so that if you are coming in, you know that you are coming to an improved area where you need to be a licensed and a registered actor before you can operate. So it's very clear. That is stated there. In terms of making sure that Local processes are also taken care of. The law also states clearly that making sure Regulation 50, you make sure that you set up a percentage, making sure that raw materials are also available for that. And that dovetailed into His Excellency the President, Feed the Ghana Industry Program, and then in addition to the 24-hour economy. So these are all interventions backed by law, and TCDA, for that matter, the tree crop is responsible for that. Again, these crops, making sure the minimum pricing mechanism at the farm gate that we don't cheat the producers are set is also by law, set it clearly. The market intervention is development clearly stated. And then standards, enforcement of standards and the quality are very key. And these are all by law. So opportunities are there when you come to an environment where these things are all clear. Now, regarding what you say, collectively, these things that we put together, now these days we cannot. The President has said that we are now moving away from raw materials and making sure value addition. And that is, again, in line with the Act and the LI, which was stated clearly. As far as this, I am concentrating myself on the 6 crops here concerned, and these are all the issues that we are doing. So if you want to play any role in this sector, you have a very clear role that you need to play. Then we have a tree crop development fund that establishes to increase research, innovation into these areas. And that is another area we focus on that we are focusing.
Is that administered by your authority?
Yes. So we have a fund. So the Act says that we should set that the tree crop development fund to go into export, and go into production, and to go into research and innovation. All these things are interventions and regulatory things that now, for traceability, which is key now, we cannot transport any of these crops from the village to any part of the country without being traced. So we have put in a conveyance certificate system in line with our digital traceability system, ensuring that, yes, you are getting it from the right source, making sure international standard, EU, DR stuff, and so many environmental and social protection things are all taken care of. This is one of the interventions by government and by TCDA. Now, to probably help you with the biggest opportunities there, so that you know that's why we are here.
Yes.
The biggest opportunities, to me, when you take my crops, number one, I will start with cashew. There are a lot of opportunities in the cashew value chain, where from processing, of course, we are moving away from the raw material to the processing value addition. So that area is huge. We have a whole cashew apple that we throw away, about 70% we throw away, that we need investors to come in that can create a lot of jobs and stuff like that. Processing is key. Currently, the processing capacity is about 65,000 metric tons. Only 27,000 metric tons are produced locally. We intend pushing it to 75,000 metric tons. So we need more processing, value addition, and stuff. Another biggest area is the oil palm. The oil palm is also another area. Even His Excellency himself wants to add 100,000 hectares additional new plantation to existing one, and then putting in $500 million in that, where we want to make sure, like I think my boss Gusi mentioned it, not just the CPO, but we want to make sure we add on and go to refinery. The third, which I might say probably, is the rubber sector. Now, Galamsey is very key in our area, and we believe that we can use the rubber, plant more to restore our forest and stuff like these are all, and then share. Madam, if I'm to tell you a lot, all these 6 crops, the biggest, I cannot even pick one, that this is one opportunity. All the 6 crops have the biggest opportunities as far as the processing and machinery and all manufacturing are concerned. So probably I'll end here if you have any further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We need to also speak to the practitioners, what their experience has been, you know. So maybe I'll go to you next, Dan.
Yes.
You sound like you have a long, rich experience of working in this space. In your experience, what are some of the practical models that can help accelerate commercial farming and help the Honorable Minister achieve her vision for her tenure.
Thank you. Let me first state that a lot of people say agriculture and agribusiness is risky. And I also tell them that is why we exist. There's no industry that doesn't have risk. And I ask a basic question. If you put a seed of maize into a soil and you want to fly from London to Accra, which one is more risky? Of course, flying is more risky, but we fly every day and every night. So we cannot describe agriculture as a risky business and therefore we don't need to venture. Otherwise, we'll all go hungry. So that is the first thing. So yes, agric is risky, but people have made it. What worked, what didn't work.
Yes.
Now, if you take the landscape of Ghana agribusiness sector, we can pick certain commodities as example. Let's pick rice. We are less than 50% self-sufficiency. A crop that doesn't take more than 4 months to mature. So why are we importing over $500 million worth of rice when we have all the resources that can help us? And it is all because we think that rice production is risky. So let's demystify it and let us see what is in it there that brings businesses and what model can be used. Under the Mastercard Foundation program, there were a number of rice commercial farmers who were confined to certain areas. And the government had introduced an enclave production, and I will use one example in Kasunya. And one of the commercial farmers had 650 outgrowers in that enclave, with the support of what we call ecosystem facilitation, where you have people who are connecting market, connecting finance, connecting technology, doing capacity building, and facilitating the industry or that particular value chain. In a space of 2.5 years, this same person has increased his outgrowers from 650 to 30,000.
Wow.
In 2.5 years.
That's very impressive.
And that has created a lot of rice production in Ghana. And Honorable is here and she can attest to that fact. Let us come to poultry.
Yes.
We produce about 10% of what we consume, shamefully. And if you want to go into broiler production in Ghana, it takes 6 weeks. 6 weeks, the birds are ready for table. Yet we import 90% of what we consume and spend hundreds of millions of dollars for import. There was a company that had invested $3 million in processing, and it had been defunct for 3 years. We came in, thieves have started stealing their pumping machines. We came in and said, no, we can do it. We can turn things around. So how do we do it? We look at his value chain, supply chain activities, and we started connecting the dots. And with some catalytic funding and the same ecosystem facilitation, in less than a year, the company that was defunct was supplying between 150 and 200,000 birds per month to KFC.
Oh, that's impressive.
So for us, we can talk about the risk.
Yes.
And that's the reason why we are here. That's why we continue to innovate. If there's no risk, we cannot innovate.
Of course not. You must
So I've
have the
given you rice. Then let's come to chicken. Then let's come to the almighty tomato production, where we are also about 50% or 60% self-sufficient. A crop that also takes 3 months to mature. Why are we spending $400 and $500 million to import tomato? And why do we see it as a huge problem that cannot be surmounted? With some support from Ghana Exim Bank, we started greenhouse production. It has taken us 3 years to know and understand how best to grow vegetables in greenhouse. The last time we went to our board, 2 years ago, were asking the board to invest $30,000. First time, that's 2 years ago.
Yes.
The last time we went to a board, we are taking $25 million facility to expand our greenhouse program.
Wow.
So in 2 years, from 30,000 to 25 million.
And you're selling all of that tomatoes in Ghana?
In fact, the $25 million investment will not even satisfy more than 3% of the Ghanaian markets.
So there's room?
There is room. I mean, you can invest $300, $500 million, and you will just do about 20-30% of the market gap. I went to Spain. There's a place called Ameria. It was a desert, like rocky areas. They were using the place for movie. As I speak today, that place has been turned into a hub for vegetable production. And they are exporting about $6 billion worth of vegetables every year. And domestic market is over $5 billion. And that
so how do they do it?
No, it's greenhouse and net house production. And this is not, it's not technology that comes from the sky. But it is because we like talking about the problem and not providing the solution. So everyone speaks about, oh, it's risky, oh, it's difficult. And please, agric is not treasury bill, where you put in your money and then you go and sleep, and then in 3 months you look at your phone and see whether the interest on your investment has been posted. Please, no, that is not agric, that is not agribusiness. Agribusiness is for people who have the tenacity and the patience to wait and go through the system. But once you are able to go through it, there is no way you will not make it.
It's good to know.
We started 3 years ago. My staff were around 30. Now we are over 200.
Oh, wow.
Because we have gone through the process, we understand it, and we know how to make things work better.
Wonderful. This is an amazing testimony. I'm sure people want to talk to you some more after this panel discussion. Unfortunately, I won't be able to take questions because, I have 5 speakers, and each one of them has to speak before we leave the speech. So my next question, after that wonderful testimony from Dan, is to Manoj, another practitioner. You have long, you said 25 years?
Yes.
Experience. So we would like to know from your industry perspective, what conditions are most critical for scaling agro-processing in Ghana, particularly around raw material supply, infrastructure development, and investor confidence? Because from your accent, you're obviously not originally a Ghanaian.
Yeah.
So tell us.
And I think, first of all, you actually mentioned 3 points, which are very, very essential. I think I was really impressed by honorable, presidential consultant, because he mentioned all these points. First of all, supply security, especially with what's happening globally. I think supply chains are becoming longer, and the consumer wants security of supply chain, not for today, tomorrow, but next 5, 10, 15 years. And in that, you need to worry about the climate change, you need to worry about the disease, you need to, it's not artificial intelligence technology business, it is brick and mortar business with the next 5, 10, 15 years of security of supply. So that is very important, especially from our sphere. Second is the infrastructure. And infrastructure covers a whole lot of things. It is not only what happens within the Tema factory or what happens in our Kumasi factory. It is not only that, right? It is end-to-end supply chain from farmer, it is the port, it is the energy, it is the cost of energy, it is the consistent energy, it is the mix of energy, then the freights, and to the consumer. Unfortunately, in our kind of business, we don't have a market in Africa, right? We just produce, whether you export cocoa beans or you make butter liquor powder or you make chocolate, you still have to export. So this means end-to-end cost from farmer to the consumer is the second most important thing. Third is the investor confidence. Investor confidence is dependent upon regulatory choices which we have there. We have the treatment that you would be treated fairly.
Yes.
Then the fiscal policies, which are very, very important, which we have discussed and heard in last 1 or 2 days. stable currency. You don't want to lose 20% of your investment just in the depreciation. But if you combine everything together, either you can be like Apple, right? You have really differentiated player, because margin is not in commodity, margin is not even in the processing. Biggest chunk of margin remains with the brands or the retail, but we are only talking about raw material versus the processing.
Yeah,
so if you have to deal with that space, then you have to deal with end-to-end cost.
Yes.
That is the only long-term differentiated we can have. For example, any capacity without utilization is a liability.
Yes.
Whether it is, we have the examples in many parts of the world where you have huge capacities, but they are not utilized. So this means the idea is not putting more factories. I understand, from the politics point of view, everybody think more factories, more number of people get employed.
No, it's more factories doing different things.
No, I'm saying like in one sector.
Yeah.
For example, the capital is competing everywhere, right? Say cocoa, just as an example. You don't want 10 factories and you think 100 people employed into 10 would be 1,000.
No.
But if after 3 years none of them are running, then you don't have even one guy, right? So that's where the optimal size, economy of scale, and the way you can get confidence to the consumer. And last thing, the ecosystem.
Yes.
One country, one government, one private sector can't do alone. If there's an ecosystem end-to-end, for example, private sector can bring capital and expertise. Then in the supply chain, you can have say in cocoa, you have chocolate industries also involved along with the processor and the regulator. Then you have the carbon story. You have the EUDR, which our friend said, right? So within this processing, and if you can make a unique brand of, say, Ghana, Ghana, you don't have a challenge of talent. You have a huge talent, right? So I think government policy looks quite friendly. But if you can build on all the ecosystem, which we have heard in last few days, which we are really encouraged, I think that is one way to go about it, and
So the future is certainly bright for agribusiness sector. Kwame, you play in the digital space and speak certainly to the youth. And so I would like you to talk about how digital platforms and agricultural technology solutions can help connect farmers to finance, inputs, markets, whilst also improving traceability and productivity.
Sure, thank you. So I think one of the things we realized very early on is that there's a large demand and interest for people, particularly in the diaspora, to invest in agriculture and to get into agriculture. But we realized that it was very difficult for them to actually do this. So what we did is we built this digital platform that enables satellite-based monitoring, traceability, and a number of different features to basically link the crowdfunder or the investor to the actual project. So we vet these projects. We work with the smallholder farmer. We give them the tools they need. We give them the finance they need for the right seedings, for the fertilizer, and everything that's required to bring about a successful project. And that's one of the things we've been doing consistently over the past 5 years, to build it from a scale as to where we started from, which was an investment of around $15,000, to today having traded over $5 million and doing over $2 million every year with smallholder farmers in Ghana. And I think that the success of this has been based on the fact that we're building credibility, we're building trust amongst our investors, so we're attracting more investment in this space.
That's good
And
to
actually,
know.
the next phase of our growth actually is in value addition. So what many people don't see is that there's a strong link between the energy market and agribusiness. In fact, many farmers in US, in Europe, make about 50% of their revenue from energy, be it from solar, but more and more it's from biofuel production. And the production of biofuel is actually coming from the residue of the agriculture as opposed to the commodity itself. So for example, with a product like cashew nut, I'm very happy you mentioned the apple. This produces an ethanol product that can be used for sustainable vehicles or sustainable aviation fuel. You can produce biomethanol. You can produce CNG. There's so many different products you can produce that can decarbonize value chains. So what we're looking to do now is to take the residue, of which Ghana produces almost 50 million tons every year, which is often burnt, is discarded, is left to decay on fields. Cocoa pod is a great example. At the moment, we are working with Boeing, the Boeing company, who have confirmed in a study that you can convert the waste from cocoa production into sustainable aviation fuel. So there's so many different ways you can add value to what we're already doing,
Right.
and that really is the next phase of our growth.
That's wonderful to know. So I know. We were wondering when I would get to you. So, cocoa, it's been very topical for these past 2 days.
Right.
How can Ghana's cocoa sector move further up the value chain, and what opportunities exist for UK investors in processing, financing, and export-oriented partnerships?
Okay, so if you look at the processing capacity of cocoa in Ghana today, it's 520,000 tons, which is approximately about 70% of our production, the bean production. And if you look at the companies that are playing in the processing space, you don't have, if you take out Olam, you don't have any other UK company that is playing in that space. But then if you look at the factors of production, you have land, labor, capital, you also have entrepreneurship. And if you look at the four, UK has comparative advantage in entrepreneurship, in capital, technology.
Right.
So we expect that that partnership should come to bear for UK to take full advantage of the fact that there's still some processing capacity that needs to be done. Because we are not processing everything, there is room for tolling arrangements.
Right.
Once we decouple the bean purchases from the financing, then we can expect that our folks here in UK can get into some bean purchases and do some tolling. And then on the basis of that, we can support them with the financing, because Cocoa Board is going to be doing the financing by itself through a local bond issuance that we expect to.
That was spoken about yesterday.
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
So these are the opportunities that are available to our UK investors.
That's wonderful. I would like to go around for your final words, and I would like each of you to perhaps talk about how Ghana can leverage duty-free, quota-free access under the UK-Ghana Trade Partnership Agreement, for example, that if you invest in agro-processing, you can export to the UK under that TPA, as well as also after. So from the roles that you play in your organizations, let me start from Andy.
Thank you very much. As it's very clear, we work together with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center and GIPA. All the things that promotion things that they're talking about, it goes in favor of the tree crop sector.
Yes.
And whatever it is, as we have indicated, the market down there is good, Africa market and UK one, as we indicated.
Yes.
So we are saying that the greatest opportunity still lies with cashew, oil palm, shea, and rubber. All is due to its large production base, and at the same time, the export growth. We think that if we are able to invest in these areas, then all the benefits that has been ascribed yesterday by GIPC, you have access to all of them, and then we can enjoy them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will want us to widen the scope of investment. Most of the time, it focuses on products or commodities.
Yes.
I want us to look at technologies and services. And these are things that don't also require a lot of rigidity in terms of moving one product to the other. Yes. So as long as we can look at technologies, machinery, and then services, they are huge. Okay. And they will cut across different commodity lines and value chains.
That's true.
Right.
for drawing.
All right. So today, Ghana benefits benefits only about $4 billion of the entire cocoa value chain. Now, I think that for us to proceed or evolve and looking at close to about maybe 10 billion, we need to look at the value addition. And in the value addition, the key thing is the market access. And because the market is bilateral between companies, it's very difficult to break into. So for me, one critical thing is for us to be able to set up the futures markets.
Right.
For the derivative products, the liquor, the butter, the paste, which will then open up the space for Ghana to be able to have access to the global markets on these derivative products, which will then shoot the value that we are getting from cocoa from 3-4 billion to about 10 to 15 billion. So that's where the focus should be.
Opportunity. Yes. Wonderful. Manoj?
I think I will also echo with some of my friends I mentioned here. I think apart from the products and all, there's a lot is happening in UK space in terms of technology, artificial intelligence, and anyway, it's the financial hub of the world as well. So I think whatever innovations are happening, if they can help the partners in Ghana to be more efficient, to be, help in renewables, help in energy, at the end of the day, whatever can help to bring down the financing cost can make us more efficient in Ghana. I think it can help us succeeding in Ghana to serve not only the UK market, but look at the global markets. So I think that could be...
Thank you, Manoj. It's just as well you were sitting next to Kwame. So.
Yeah, so we continue to make it easier for people to invest in agriculture, of course, the mobile wallets and other means, but also we're leveraging modern technology. So, for example, AI, building our own agents, geospatial tools, to really bring about the traceability, the certification of these products, because once a product is certified, the value of it really goes up on the international market, and you gain a lot more for that value. And then, of course, as I mentioned, looking at energy, clean energy opportunities, even from the cashew nut, you've got an oil from the shell. Many of these crops, you only use about 30% of the commodity, and the 70% is wasted. So we're looking at what we can do with that 70% to add more value to the bottom line and to the farmer.
Thank you. So what's evident is that each of these 5 gentlemen is very knowledgeable and experienced in their various sectors that they play in the agribusiness world. Please feel free to approach them. We are just ending the conversation and further the conversation and make sure that we get some business deals out of this panel discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Photos.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What an interesting panel. And it's amazing to see all the work from policy to farmer that needs to be done, but also is being done. Energy remains the backbone of industrialization. And my next speaker commands one of the most critical portfolios in Ghana's economic architecture. We heard on the last panel, no energy, no food. Simple. No energy, no biofuels. Simple. So, as the Minister of Energy and Green Transition, he's steering Ghana's diversification towards a cleaner, more resilient energy mix. He takes to the stage now to outline his priority, his investment priorities and opportunities. Please welcome to the stage the Honourable Minister, John Abdullahi Jinapor. Round of applause. More better than that, my friends. Better than that. Louder. We've had our coffee right now. I've had our teas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me first and foremost thank everybody and to thank the High Commissioner herself, her staff, and the organizers of this program for putting up such a wonderful show. Yesterday when I left here, everybody was commending you and commending the President for that wonderful speech. And so I want to thank all of you. As Minister for Energy, the other day I went to President and I was telling Mr. President, I said, Mr. President, finance and energy. He said, yes, the two of you. You carry a lot of load, you carry a lot of burden. And I was saying that when the lights are on, nobody cares. I mean, nobody even remembers that there's a Minister of Energy. But let the lights go off. Then you get to know that there's a Minister of Energy. And on assumption of office, we had serious challenges. And those of you in the sector, you can attest to the challenges that we faced. Fuel supply reliability was a big problem, consistent power outages. Indeed, as of December, the deficit in terms of load shedding had widened to 700 megawatts. And for a country that consumes, at that time, about 3,500, 700 megawatts was quite a Herculean task. Some IPPs had even shut down. The energy sector debt had risen to about 80 billion cedi. The sector was choking and suffocating from debt. Fuel supply was a major problem. Even in the upstream oil sector, we had a very, very, very difficult situation. Oil had been on a continuous decline for 5 consecutive years. Most of the big boys had exited Ghana. And so we were faced with a real challenge. But thanks be to President Mahama and his team and all of us, including yourselves, captains of industry, civil society, stakeholders, we engaged and took very decisive decisions. The first one was to collapse all the accounts of the utilities and put them into one bank. What they used to do was that they had multiple accounts, so you couldn't even tell and trace what was happening. And then every week they pay the IPPs. And what they do is they go for overdraft from the banks. And so by the end of the month, the cost of capital or the cost of borrowing eats into their revenue. So we stopped all that. And then we decided that we'll have a single holding account. The Minister of Energy has real-time view. The PRC has real-time view. And then we said we are not paying IPPs weekly. We want to pay them monthly. So at the end of the month, we reconcile and we pay. And I can tell you, based on that, today most of the IPPs, almost all of them, receive 100% of their bills every month. It used to be 42%, and you can check from the PRC website. Then we came with what others call the D-levy, because we needed some money to ensure that there's reliable supply of fuel. That is also coming handy. The ENI guarantee from the World Bank, the PRG, partial risk guarantee, which was 500 million, had been drawn down completely. In 1 year, we restored the 500 million, and we are paying ENI. Currently, we don't owe them every month. We pay them consistently. And then we say we need to bring about efficiency, because that is one of the problems we have in the energy sector. It's not just an element of revenue, but also efficiency. And so ECG, we've rationalized their procurement. Now, when they import, what they used to do is that once you submit your bill of lading, then you are done. ECG has to then clear the goods and take charge of everything. And so when I assumed office, we had more than 2,600 containers stuck at the port, some of them unaccounted for. We've taken steps to clear a chunk of them. But now when we give you a contract, your contract is to import, clear, deliver to the warehouse before you come for your money, so that there's transparency and accountability. And when we do that, we save a lot of money. And so I can tell you that the energy sector is improving. The power sector is seeing a lot of improvement, except that energy sector projects are capital intensive. It has a long gestation period. And so even when you start all the investments you are doing, you don't witness them immediately. And I'll give you an example. In Kumasi, when we assumed office, we realized that there was what you call localized load shedding in Kumasi. Because the infrastructure was so weak, even when you have reliable supply of power, the people of Kumasi keep suffering. So we've done an emergency project. We've done some high secure lines. We've put in additional transformers. And the briefing I got this morning is that on Friday, that project will be over, they will hand over, and the people of Kumasi, your power situation will see a remarkable improvement, and I'm sure that we'll be getting there. So there are a lot of opportunities. Demand is growing, and from the last count, we are consuming about 10% every month. We have an installed capacity of a little over 5,000. Our peak demand is hit 4,500. Our dependable capacity is about 4,900. So when your peak demand is 4,500, or your dependable capacity is 4,900, it means that there's a deficit. Because you need about 18% reserve margin. Because some plants may go down. So we are pursuing an aggressive policy to bring on board additional capacity. And that is where we want to partner with you. We want to work with the private sector so that we can bring in more capacity. And now that you are confident that when you invest, your bills will be paid, the tariffs will be paid, I can tell you that Ghana is the best place to invest when it comes to these power infrastructure projects. Our objective is to ensure that we achieve 4 key issues. Energy security, very, very important because it spurs industrialization, transportation, and economic growth. Beyond energy security, we want a reliable source of power so that intermittency is reduced. Then affordability, because when the power is available and the people cannot use that power, it becomes unproductive. And then the 4th one, which is even more important, is sustainable energy sources. And that's where we are working with captains of industry, investors here, and encouraging you to invest in renewable energy, because that is where we want to go. Ghana has 90% access to electricity, one of the highest. We want to reach the last mile. And those areas are difficult to reach communities where we require solar, off-grid technology, new energy in order to serve the underserved communities. And so we welcome you. The first thing we've done is that we've advertised. We do not want to do direct procurement. So we've advertised for 200 megawatts. And so far, 59 companies have applied. When we open the bids and we get the best price and the best conditions possible, then that can serve as the basis for us to engage further. And so those of you who've not gone for the tender forms yet, based on this forum, we'll extend it for you. Please put in additional tender and let's work with you. The transmission line is also very important because when you generate the power, you have to evacuate it. We are also working to ensure that we get private sector participation in the distribution sector. And let me re-echo this. We are not selling ECG. We are not selling the assets. What we want is the private sector to get involved, particularly with the collection of the revenues. One of the key issues that we have to address has to do with the revenue base of our utilities. If we sell the power and we do not collect the money and account for that money, the sector would collapse. Last year alone, we spent about $1.2 billion to subsidize the energy sector. These are revenues that could have gone into road construction, hospitals, and other areas. So if we can turn around that sector, like we did in the petroleum sector, then we'll save more money. So I want to appeal to all of you. We're just almost done with the transaction advisor. When we open the competitive process, please participate. And also want to emphasize on local content. So those of you who will be coming to participate, please partner with some of our Ghanaian companies so that there will be some value retention, and then you can also make some returns on your investment. In the petroleum sector, there was waning investor confidence. In fact, most of the companies were leaving, were in court with several of the petroleum companies. So when we assumed office, President's directive was simple: get these issues resolved. And because of the predictability, the certainty that we brought into the sector, and the fairness that we brought into the sector, we've been able to sign memorandum of understanding with 2 companies, ENI and the Jubilee Partners, $3.5 billion investment in that sector. And I can confirm to you that for the first time, for almost 6 years, this year we are going to turn around the sector and the decline will stop. Because based on the drilling campaigns that we undertook, and I was on the high seas last week, we're going to see an uptick in oil production. In gas, and that is even more important for us, because we have what we call a gas to power policy. We want to power all our thermal plants with our own domestic gas and some augmentation from Nigeria. ENI has increased their gas to 280. The Jubilee Partners have increased their gas by another 40 MMscf in just 1 year. And it's all because when you bring about certainty, When there's policy credibility, investors follow. And so even as we are encouraging you to invest, we want to assure you that we are building a very robust environment, a business-friendly environment, so that there is certainty when you invest. And the results are beginning to show. Gas is increasing, oil production is increasing, investments are increasing. I just had a meeting with Chevron, Shell, they've signed an MOU. All the big boys are coming back to Ghana. And the investor appetite is growing up. In the downstream sector, we've undertaken a lot of reforms, and Bost and other people will be talking. So I don't want to belabor the point. But we need a lot of investment there to ensure that we have oil supply reliability. Following the Iran-US war, you might have observed that a lot of countries are going through very turbulent moments. In fact, in some countries, the products are not even available, let alone price it. In Ghana, we provided a subsidy of 2 cedi on every liter of diesel for 1 month. After 1 month, we decided that we'll do 1 cedi. We'll provide a subsidy, but we'll do that in a meticulous manner, not to create debt. And like I always say, if you subsidize, pay for it. We've learned our lessons. Do not let us be overly populist and create unnecessary debt stock. During the COVID era, we decided that we'll give free electricity. Last year, I had a message from ECG. They want their money back. This year, they wrote to me, they want the money. So, in as much as we want to provide subsidies, in as much as we want to cushion Ghanaians, we ought to do that in a meticulous manner so that we do not dislocate the economy. Because the cost of dislocating the economy is far more costly than these so-called subsidies. The haircut that most of you had to bear, the pain and the anguish that people went through, far, far more than the so-called subsidy. So I'm not anti-subsidy, I'm not against subsidy, but I'm saying that we should balance it and ensure that we have a stable economy. I want to thank all of you. There are a lot of opportunities in Ghana. There are so many other areas. We would give you some brochure that we've prepared within the energy sector, and it itemizes all the areas in detail. Petroleum transportation, we are building a second gas processing plant so that we can consume our own gas. We are doing a lot of pipeline infrastructure so that across the country we can transport most of our petroleum products. We want to put Ghana at the center of particularly West Africa. Because now we export power to Burkina, we export power to Togo, we export power to Benin, we export power to Cote d'Ivoire. And so there's a lot of opportunity for us. And if we can anchor our economy and make it a safe investment destination, Ghana will occupy a niche that can serve the entire sub-region. On that note, on this note, I want to thank all of you, and we invite you to partner with us in shaping the future of energy in Africa and Ghana in particular. Together, we can build transformative projects, create lasting values, and deliver shared prosperity for generations. Ghana is ready. Ghana is rising. Ghana is the right place for your next energy investment. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Next, we are going to be talking about free zones, investment vehicles. These offer fiscal incentives, streamlined customs, dedicated industrial infrastructure. Free zones have proven to be the gateway for export-orientated manufacturing, simply put. And leading this authority is a seasoned executive who oversees the full regulatory and promotional framework. Please welcome to the stage CEO of Ghana Free Zones Authority, Dr. Mary Ewusi. Bigger round of applause than that, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's all right. A friend from Ghana just introduced me to a friend here in the UK. He said he's called Mr. Giff or something. He said, I love free zones because of the incentives. I know investors here love free zones. Honorable Ministers of States, Members of Parliament, government officials of the UK and Ghana, colleagues, CEOs, captains of industry, partners from Invest, the UK High Commissioner to Ghana, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at the Ghana-UK Investment Summit 2026 under the timely and important theme, Restoring Investor Confidence to Unlock Opportunities and Shared Prosperity. This theme speaks not only to the aspirations of Ghana, but also to the growing importance of trusted partnerships in shaping the future of global investment, trade, and economic growth. At the Ghana Free Zones Authority, we firmly believe that investor confidence is built on stability, transparency, policy consistency, and strategic collaboration. Ghana continues to demonstrate these qualities and remains one of Africa's most attractive destinations for investment. Ghana offers investors a unique combination of political stability, democratic governance, a strategic geographic location, and a youth-skilled and trainable workforce. Investing in Ghana today means gaining access not only to our domestic market, but also to the wider African market through the African Continental Free Trade Area (AfTA), a market of over 1.5 billion people with a combined GDP exceeding $3.4 trillion US. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Free Zone Scheme was established to promote export-led industrialization, value addition, and international competitiveness. Since its establishment under the Free Zones Act, the scheme has continued to attract strategic investors across manufacturing, services, and industrial infrastructure development. The Ghana Free Zone Scheme offers investors significant monetary and non-monetary incentives, including a 10-year corporate tax exemption, which does not exceed 15% thereafter. 100% exemption from payment of direct and indirect duties and levies on all imports for production and export from free zones. I'm happy the finance minister is not here with us today. Relief from double taxation for foreign investors and employees from countries where Ghana has a double taxation agreement. We do have a double taxation agreement with the UK. Unrestricted repatriation of profits and dividends, and simplified customs and regulatory procedures. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond these incentives, the Ghana Free Zones Authority provides strong investor hand-holding and aftercare services because we understand that sustainable investment success requires partnership beyond licensing. Today, we are witnessing growing opportunities in sectors such as agro-processing, textiles and apparel, pharmaceuticals, business processing outsourcing, renewable energy, digital infrastructure, and industrial enclave development. Our strategic industrial enclaves located in Tema, Afienya, Sekendi, Shama, and Kumasi provide over 7,000 acres of litigation-free land to support industrial expansion and export growth. Ghana Free Zone's unique proposition is that investors also have the liberty to locate outside the designated enclaves as a single factory enclave. Distinguished guests, the relationship between Ghana and the UK continues to grow stronger through trade, investment, and industrial cooperation. We are proud that the British investors continue to play a significant role within Ghana's Free Zones ecosystem. Currently, among 358 companies, Ghana hosts 19 Free Zone enterprises with British shareholder participation, operating across manufacturing, services, logistics, agribusiness, outsourcing, warehousing, sustainability, and apparel production. Prominent enterprises include Blue Skies Products Ghana Limited in fresh fruits processing, Contact Center International Ghana Limited in business processing outsourcing, Rainforest Builder Ghana Limited, a carbon sequestration company contributing to sustainability and climate-focused investment, amongst others. Between 2010 and 2015, Free Zone enterprises with British shareholding invested a total of $185.6 million in capital investment, generated accumulated export revenues of over $1.56 billion, and supported the creation of more than 12,472 direct jobs. Collectively, these enterprises continue to drive export growth, create employment opportunities, facilitate technology transfer, develop local skills, and advance sustainable industrialization in Ghana. Their continued success sends a strong message to the international business community. Ghana remains a credible, competitive, and profitable investment destination. The Ghana-UK Trade Partnership Agreement further strengthens this relationship by creating opportunities for increased trade, industrial collaboration, technology transfer, and sustainable economic growth between our two countries. As Ghana works to restore investor confidence and accelerate economic transformation under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, institutions such as the Ghana Free Zones Authority remain fully committed to supporting private sector growth and unlocking opportunities for shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is rising, and Ghana is strategically positioned to lead that transformation through trade, industrialization, and strategic investment partnerships. Our message today is very simple. Ghana is open for business. Ghana is ready for investment. Ghana is ready to build lasting partnerships with the UK and the global business community. Investors who establish early positions in Ghana stand to benefit from long-term regional growth and trade expansion. The Ghana Free Zone stands ready to support your business from the conception through the establishment, operation, and beyond, with incentives and partnership needed for sustainable business growth. On behalf of the Ghana Free Zones Authority, I invite you to partner with us as we build a more prosperous, resilient, and global competitive future together. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Amazing, 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 amazing. So this story is really, really, really exciting to me. I'm not going to give it away. I'm going to let our speaker tell you the story, but it's a great story, and I was like, wow, I knew nothing about this. But our next speaker is a managing director of John West Foods. Who's heard of John West Tuna? Wave like you eat tuna. Okay. Wait, let me introduce him properly. A subsidiary of Thai Union, one of the world's largest seafood conglomerates, with active operations in Ghana, which I had no idea about. He brings first-hand insights into why multinational companies such as himself and why multinational capital keeps returning to Ghana. Please welcome to the stage MD for John West Foods, Ben Ford.
Hi, everyone. I've just been told that if I keep this to 5 minutes, I can be one of the first people in the lunch queue. So if you can all wave at me when we hit 5 minutes, then I'll make sure that I'm running off to go and get in the lunch queue. I will try and keep it brief. I've got 3 slides. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about, I love free zones. I'll tell you a little bit about how we work in Ghana and how that is working for both of us as a company and country. So I thought I'd bring a couple of slides to try and make it a little bit more interesting. For those that don't know John West, we're the leading tinned fish company in the UK. I know it's not a glamorous category, but we turn over just over, or in terms of sales, we've got about 200 million retail sales in the UK. We export to about 30 other countries as well. And we have about 100 different products in the UK market. We're owned by Thai Union, who is the world leading tuna company. We process more tuna, we buy more tuna than any other company in the world. And we operate in 10 countries. We have factories in more countries than that. And finally, we also make frozen ingredients, pet food, and a number of other things to do with feed mills and byproducts. Where does the relationship with Ghana work? We own a factory in the Tema Free Zone, PFC, and this factory started in 1972. Now, when we purchased it in 2010, we employ over 1,400 people. Over 50% of them are female, and it's a 27,000 square meter facility. So from that perspective, it's big, we're growing it, and it supplies an awful lot of product into the UK market and into other countries. It's actually one of Africa's largest fish factories, and when we look at what we actually do, to try and give it some context, we process 200 tons of tuna a day, which is about 35 fish a minute. I know lunch isn't far off, but that's how much fish is going through. Yeah, and which means that we produce about 1 million tins, 1 million cans a day out of our factory. We've been in the free zone license since 1966. We're MSC certified, and we make both branded products for John West, but we also make for the supermarkets in the UK and other supermarkets around the world. Just to give you an indication of those kind of products, here you can see it. What we recently did is we removed an awful lot of plastic that our products were wrapped around, and we went to a plastic-free packaging because we totally love and want to do more on sustainability, both when it comes to packaging, when it comes to fish, and when it comes to the labour on those fishing boats. We supply in John West, we supply all the big UK retailers, and where a really important thing to us is the quality. We get amazing quality from PFC, we get amazing quality from the factory, and that standard is so high that we try and put more volume through that factory. So it's working well for us, and hopefully it continues to work. How am I doing on time? 3 minutes? Nearly there? Last slide. So what's good for us is the free trade agreement really makes things work well between us. Obviously, you've heard just from there from Dr. Mary some of the benefits from it. But because we have factories around the world, we can easily switch volume between these factories. But actually, Ghana and in Tema and PFC, the price is the lowest price versus those other factories. So from our point of view, we want to keep working and working closely with Ghana. We want to grow that factory, and we want to expand our operations. We want to ensure, though, that we keep red tape to a minimum. It is also one of those determining factors that if the supply chain gets clogged up, if the ports or the docks need more red tape, more certificates to slow the flow of goods down, then that's where we would start to move our products away. So what we really sort of want and encourage is to try and keep that red tape to a minimum to ensure that we can keep the supply chain working efficiently and fast. Yeah, 2 years ago, we invested about $15 million into a cold storage facility at the factory. That enables us now to land the fish off the boats, we keep it in store, and we store it for a number of months, which means that we can have all the employees, all the team work year-round rather than having to be seasonal. So that investment has created an opportunity for us to employ throughout the year rather than just be a seasonal employee. Thanks, don't clap yet. Don't slow me down. From a sustainability point of view, we are taking it extremely seriously. It's one of those things, we've got to respect the planet, we've got to respect the sea. We're investing in lots of different sustainability options, but a number of those is like, how do we reduce our carbon footprint? How do we actually take our byproduct and turn that into fish meal? Yeah, so we reduce the amount of waste. And then finally, from a sort of water discharge and waste reduction, landfill, we're working with the local community and investing in those kind of ideas. So therefore, we want to try and leave as little footprint as possible. Another just small, tiny thing is that actually people coming from our Ghana factory, as they work their way up through the factory, are being promoted and trained, are joining our international teams and going to our head offices in Paris and Thailand. So there's real opportunity for people that are joining us and being developed and being promoted to come and work around the world with us and use their best practice and take it back again. Finally, the good news is that the tin fish category is growing. I know very few people know this, okay, but we're all being told to eat more fish. And so therefore we see a really good future with working with Ghana and working with PFC. That's it. Hopefully that's 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's a speed I like. 3 slides, that's the goal, 3 slides from now on. Our last speaker, again, has got 5 minutes before lunch, so just please stay with me. He's for me, a beautiful story. Homegrown Ghanaian story, serial entrepreneur who turned a single waste management contract into Africa's largest integrated waste management conglomerate. His flagship brand, Zoom Lion, handles sanitation for over 200 municipalities in Ghana. The business was founded in 1995 with virtually nothing, and now he employs tens of thousands of people and generates hundreds and millions of dollars in annual revenue. Please welcome to the stage, Executive Chairman Dr. Joseph Ajepong.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished guests. Mine will be very brief, very, very brief. So, after you have taken John West, you generate waste. And so it's very appropriate that after John West, we were talking about waste management. For every dollar you invest in waste management, the return is $5.5 US. This is by World Bank. So it's a business that yesterday we were here talking about the diaspora investment. I humbly want to say that it's a very good business. Invest into it. You will never, never regret. So Just one group of companies is a leading environmental sustainability company. We've invested into so many areas. We just started with a manual tricycle. In the year 2006, a manual tricycle. We started, and now it has developed, grown. We have established about 36 treatment plants. And then we have built, or let's say developed about 200 engineers with 1,005 technical special expertise in waste management. I humbly want to play that. Your next born, let him study waste management. Your next born, let him move into waste management. If you have also finished giving birth, and you have relative or any other friend, let him study waste management. Because in this world, God has developed environmental issues that it will outlive us. We will come and meet it and it will outlive us. So that is it. Then the next one is that we also saw that the whole Africa was burdened with debt. World Bank will come and give you funds, money to develop your waste management, but it will come into a debt. So between the year 2011 to 2014, Ghana was burdened about $1.2 billion. That Ghana received $1.2 billion, and then it was left as a debt and so many things. So what we did was to develop a structured finance model with our external partners, and we're able to solve the problem. As a result, we established integrated recycling composting plant, and we use a structured finance model to develop it up. Now, the volume or the monetized volume of waste management currently globally is $1.6 trillion. I heard my Honorable Minister of Energy spoke about 200 megawatts investment and other things, quite good. But I humbly want to say that oil reserves will deplete, gold reserves will deplete, but waste reserves appreciate. So you can also channel some of your money into waste management. So by 2030, currently it's about 1.6 trillion. By 2030, anyone who wants to partner us, we are ready. It's a very good, sustainable financing. You will live for generations to come and continue on. It will outlive your years, and it will also beautify your future. Currently, the volume or the business in Africa alone is about 21 billion, estimated in the year 2025. We have currently entered into market of 29 countries. We've signed agreement and deals. That's why we say from Ghana to Africa. And these days, the volume is about $7.9 billion. Signed, agreement, everything. This is a work that we just started at Nairobi and Mombasa. These are the contracts signed. We came here to bring evidential issues and proof to just show that this is it. Up. Now, just let me end. I just want to end. When you're talking about money, you don't try to stress yourself too much. Into the carbon credit, we've signed so many carbon credit deals, and I just want to end with a last slide. Just move to the last slide. God says that He has blessed all of us on this earth. He created an environment that we should have stewardship. So once you manage your environment well, you will live with money forever. Once you manage your environment well. So when your house is clean, you live a healthy life, longevity. When your house is in disorder, you'll get sick, malaria, and other things, and you die. So investments and ministers and everything, the first fundamental development God has, that is why when the word was a disorder, He have to order it and make light, water. He makes sure that everything was in order. What I humbly want to say is that let's manage our waste and other issues well. Thank you very much.
Please, the founder of my menu, Danny Menu. Next one. Sorry, I can't hear you. The next speaker after that. Okay, maybe not Danny Menu. We'll go to the next one. Don't worry, I've got a whole list. We can do this all day. My next speaker has built a technology enterprise that intersects between digital payments, fintech infrastructure, and systems integration. Executive Director of B Systems. Please welcome to the stage, Derek Hope Jidzi.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Derek Hope Giji, and standing on existing protocols, it's such a great honor to be here to speak to you this afternoon about doing business in Ghana. So B Systems is a Ghanaian-founded technology company that has spent over 2 decades building the digital infrastructure that powers governments, central banks, and financial institutions across Africa. So I'm not going to bore you with all the numbers because it's all been spoken about since yesterday. But basically, we all know that the ICT sector is one of the fastest growing sectors in the Ghanaian digital space. Mobile payments, enterprise technology are no longer aspirations. They are already reshaping how we operate in Ghana. Therefore, Ghana now is no more an emerging market, we are actually the center of the markets. With progressive regulators, the governor himself is here, rapidly expanding ecosystems and strategic position to serve the gateway as a gateway in Africa. So where does B-System fall in this story? We are a multi-vertical technology company spanning regulatory technology, fintech, payment systems, virtual assets, AI, but what sets us apart is our track record. Our flagship products, the collateral registry system, is live in 10 African countries. We are serving central banks and financial regulators throughout the continent. It started from Ghana, actually, it originated from Ghana. We're in Nigeria, Liberia, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Sierra Leone, Uganda, Mozambique, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. And the interesting part of this is that each development required us to earn the trust of those sovereign regulators. This is not just a concept, fellow investors or esteemed investors, it is a proven business. And so it is the foundation, this is the foundation that is taking us to the next step. So here, I'm now going to talk about the next frontier. I believe I have about a minute. B-Systems is a proud inaugural participant in the Ghana SEC Virtual Asset Regulatory Sandbox. We're developing a regulated digital asset offering under direct regulatory oversight. This gives us the first mover advantage in a jurisdiction which is deliberate about designing the rules of digital finance. So, talking about the future, the numbers confirm it. Yesterday, it was all thrown around the place. And so I'm not going to bore you with it, but I'm just going to end with this. The opportunity is large, it's measurable, and it's arriving quickly. Let me close with 3 simple truths. Ghana's regulatory framework is progressive and it's ready. The talent exists, the youth, they are young, and the pipeline is real. B-Systems is converting this already. And therefore, based on B-Systems has the track record, we have the credibility and the vision to be the technology partner of choice for any investor who wants to be part of building something extraordinary in Ghana. The future is digital, the future is Africa, and we are shaping that with innovation. So just let me end with this. If you look at all the countries we are in, one thing for sure says it, that it originated from Ghana. Therefore, if you can make it in Ghana, you can make it anywhere. Therefore, investors, ladies and gentlemen, we are building the future from Ghana, for the continent, and in partnership with you. Thank you.
Is the CEO of Joburg Ghana Limited, Joseph Magnus Mati.
2 minutes. 5 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and His Excellency, the ministers, and all guests of this beautiful and amazing program that the High Commission and other partners have put together. My name is Joseph Magnus Mate, the CEO of Joburg Ghana Limited, and I'm here to give you a little bit brief about real estate in Ghana. So I am a developer and an owner and founder of a real estate company called Joburg Ghana that has been in existence since 2012. And from 2012 to now, we've done quite amazing work, about 300 homes across the country. And we came up with the concept of building real estate in the middle of the city, meaning that after 50 years, what happens is that redevelopment takes place. So instead of going outskirts, we go into the main city and do redevelopment, buy old houses and buy old properties, rebuild them and make them modern. I'm coming to address 2 issues here in real estate about Ghana. People always have this mindset or idea that when I buy my property in Ghana, how do I get rentals or how do I make money? Well, it's true. Sometimes you don't get instant rental, but that is not why you're buying your property. Let me give you 2 scenarios. In 1996, a 1-bedroom flat in London was £95,000. In 2026, a 1-bedroom flat is £850,000. Okay, this is what it means. 30 years on, You've increased your £95,000 to £850,000. That is why you are buying the property. Now, as we speak now, Ghana, Accra, is coming to become the next London. As we speak today, if you buy a one-bedroom flat in the middle of the city, somewhere Westminster, somewhere in Accra, where it's central, 100,000, 120,000. 30, 20 years from now, you're looking at a value of about $800,000 to $900,000. Now, that's the reason why you need to invest. That is the reason why you need to invest in this asset. These are assets that, when they sit down and you don't do anything to it, it grows by itself. So it is imperative and important that you try and do this, not just for yourself, because most people only think about the fact that, am I going to benefit? No, it's not you. It's for the generation after you. It's for your children, your grandchildren. So you need to do it. To people who owns 1 bed, 2 bed in Westminster today are not the one enjoying. Their kids, their children, their generation after are making fortune out of it. So let's say today is 1996 in Accra. Let's everybody come on board, invest into the little you have, 1, 2, 3 bedroom in the main city in the central, and then after all, you can just give yourself up to 15 to 20 years, which your value or your assets will become worthwhile. And I thank you all once again for coming to this fantastic program. And I hope everybody from here will contact Joburg Ghana to get your dream home and your investment. That's in 15 to 20 years. When we meet again, and I say, do you remember when we met and we started Ghana now, and it's 96 now? Now we are here. Thank you, and God bless you all.
So much, thank you so much, thank you so much. I'm saving my pennies to buy in Accra, so I'll come to you, my friend. Actually, I will sell to the cheapest offer on my list. Okay, next up, we have CEO of Royal Kingdom Estate, Danny Angels.
2 minutes. Hello. If you slept in a room last night, say hi, Danny. This is the best segment and the most important segment. All that has been said yesterday and today present a perfect opportunity. You want people to come invest in your country? Where's the land? You want people to come and invest in your country? Where are they going to sleep? Real estate is the foundation of wealth creation, wealth building. Without land, I'm standing on the land, and all of you here are standing on the land. So energy, infrastructure is built on land. Agriculture, land. So my company, Royal Kingdom Estate, that has been founded in 2018, set out to solve one, land acquisition issues. I heard the Minister of Tourism was talking about the litigation-free land. There is no economic activity that you can undertake in this world without land. So our company have acquired 500 acres, a staggering 500 acres in Eburi. What do we want to do? We don't want to gentrify the city. We say we want to go green. We want to build a community, 500 acres. What are we trying to do? If you buy a home, you have to plant at least not less than 15 trees in your house. You don't like that? Do you like that? We want to make sure that the flooding in Accra is not because the gutters are choked only, it's because the peripheral of Accra, all those places that used to be the forest, are now being gentrified. So we are big on greenery. So our 500-acre development is going to tackle that. And you know what? Royal Kingdom Estate is the poster boy of the diaspora real estate investment in Ghana. Do you know why I say that? Last year alone, we were in America, 10 different states, promoting our business. Everywhere we went, we had the Ghana flag here, the American flag here, and we were promoting the country. And Through that trip alone, we've brought in diasporans, over 1,000 diasporans. And most of them are living in some of our apartments. They are building homes. And we want to say that we have also acquired a land in Osu, which is the New York or the landing of Accra. We want to build what is called the African Renaissance Tower. And this building, the African Renaissance Tower, all over the world, real estate and architecture is what defines civilization. We want to build iconic projects in Ghana where people will come and say, instead of going to the Burj Khalifa, I'm just coming back from Singapore and I saw the beautiful things. And the finance minister spoke about, I don't know if it's the governor or the finance, spoke about the financial hub. This is real estate. It's the opportunity for us to build the real estate infrastructure. And our company, we are a one-stop shop. So if you have your land, we can build for you. If you have any architectural services, we can design it for you. 2 minutes is not enough to tell you the story. Give me a second. 2 minutes is, give me a second, give me a second. 2 minutes is not enough to tell you the story because I founded this company alone because when I was growing up, I wanted to come to the UK, the US, just to come and see greener pastures. But I stayed in Ghana and I have built a successful business. As we speak, we employ 839 staff at the last count. And our board chairman resides in the UK. Kelly, get up, let him. Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. There we go. I will slowly walk on stage and stand behind you and be your shadow. You don't worry. I'll block out the sun. Okay, next up, we have MD for State Housing Ghana, John S. Bauer. Yes, round of applause, round of applause, round of applause. Ah, here he is. 2 minutes.
Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, everybody. Honorable Minister, Governor, members of government, CEOs present. Thank you very much for the time. You heard a couple of very fancy stories about real estate in Ghana. Somebody has to bridge the gap with all the people that can afford the Osu properties and those that cannot. And the reality is that I have that unpleasant job, being the head of the state-owned developer. The framers or founders of Ghana created the State Housing Company Limited to provide decent and affordable housing to the majority of Ghanaians. Now, affordable is an often abused term. We have a very simple policy. Wherever we go, we deliver housing at between 25 and 40% below the market rate. This is our price positioning. I had a short presentation, but obviously the time, excuse me, do we have it? Okay, I'll just speak. That's fine. So I came here to do two things. 2 days ago, I met a family friend who said, oh, State Housing, I thought that company was dead. And that's kind of a feeling that a lot of Ghanaians in diaspora have, that since the time they left Ghana, they didn't hear what the company was doing. I'm here to tell you that under the reset agenda of His Excellency the President, the State Housing Company is alive, well, and geared up to set up, no, this is the video. It's fine. It's no problem. And it's set up to deliver on its original mandate, which is to provide as much housing as possible at affordable prices for the majority of Ghanaians. We want to invite you, for Ghanaians in diaspora that want to have properties in Ghana, go beyond giving money to your family members who go and take pictures of houses of other people and send them to you and tell you this is the house they've built, and you only find out after 5 years that all of your money has gone down the drain. Come to the state-owned developer, give us your money, you have the confidence of the state behind you. People have talked about litigation-free land. There is no better litigation-free land than the land owned by the government. And so the security of your tenancy is assured with our properties. The second thing I wanted to do was to introduce two of our major flagship projects. I think you saw one of them recently where His Excellency the President launched our Green City project in the Deswa, in Kumasi. This project will deliver about 1,060 housing units in the second largest city. Today, we have a 1.8 million and growing housing deficit. Our urban centers are getting very crowded. People don't have places to live. Our job is to ensure that we add to the housing stock. You have people like Pajo, my friend, who do the fancy stuff for the people that want to invest and turn, Accra into London. But somebody has to deliver for the average Ghanaian, the public servant, the civil servant, the young guy that just got a job in Accra and has been transferred. And that's the job that we do. So I want to invite all of you here. Come with us. We'll have a lot more time if you engage us one-on-one. We have a lot of projects across the country. We are present in every single region of Ghana. We have land available in all of these regions. And we just ask that you trust us to deliver on what we were made to do. Thank you very much for your time. I wish you a good evening.
Thank you. Yeah, you did. You kept the time. Very, very happy. Very, very happy. Next up, we have the CEO of We Owe Both Estates, Gideon Ayiku Akofi.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Ayiku Akofi. I'm the executive chairman of the Rehoboth Group. I stand on the existing protocol. Rehoboth is the largest affordable housing provider at the moment in Ghana. We have provided more affordable housing in Ghana than any other developer. Rehoboth is formed in the year 2012. And since 2012, we have developed 7 different communities in the form of gated communities. In the past 4 or 5 years, we've developed some amazing properties, building on the mountainous view of Kwabenya, on the road to Ashasi University, which was a very difficult terrain. We built over there about 450 housing. From there, we moved to the Palm, Ayimisa. When you go into Peduasa, you see it on your right side, which we built also over 200 homes. We proceeded further to same Ayimisa Damfa, where we have currently developed and put 450 housing, of which that place, about 95% are bought and owned by diasporans, with we having the support of an internal mortgage to cut off the bank bureaucracies. Now, in God's own wisdom in creating the world, God designed it that fishes must live in the water, and we as human beings must live in homes. So housing has been on the heart of God himself. And anything that God attached importance to, there are forces behind the scenes that fight it. So it is not surprising that nations, including developed countries, are fighting when it comes to affordable housing. So housing must be shared responsibility and not only the priority of only government to do, but developers. This is private developers, government, and then financial institutions must all come together for us to fight that canker. Thankfully, this government has made housing very interesting and has made several commitments. In fact, as we stand here, previous government has tried to make effort in solving the housing crisis in Ghana. We stand about 2 million, but to no avail. But this government has made a pledge and made commitment in solving the crisis by giving teachers 50,000 affordable housing, by which we at Rehoboth, we are happy and proud to be part of. Give me a second, I'll finish. Thanks to the Governor, and thanks to the Finance Minister. Today, as we speak today, banks are chasing us because the government have made it difficult for the banks to put their funds into treasure bill, which we may call easy banking. And I want to tell investors over here that we, Reobot, have over 200 acres, which could develop over 2,000 to 5,000 affordable housing. And we want to tell investors and banks that there is also another opportunity, not only in T-bills, but into housing. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you. You know when you say do a quick prayer, and then someone goes, ha! You're like, when I hear that ha, you know it's a long prayer. You see? That's what I heard. When I heard scripture being quoted, I said, we are in trouble. But you landed the plane beautifully, a little over, but I believe we can get there. We can get there. Next, we have the Business Development Manager, Blue Rose Estates, David Ebo Akwa. Please come to the stage. 2 minutes.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand on all existing protocols. Good afternoon. My name is David Eboakwa, Business Development Manager for Blue Rose Limited. And for the past 38 years, Blue Rose Limited, through my father and CEO, Mr. Eric Eboakwa, has helped individuals and families achieve their dream of home ownership, successfully completing and selling 10 residential developments across Ghana. We offer a variety of homes, from 2-bedroom terrace to 4-bedroom detached houses, starting at just £46,000, which translates to 750,000 Ghana cedis. And one interesting thing that we do is that with just a 20% deposit, that means if you want to get a 2-bedroom terrace from us with just about £9,200, you can start owning your home and we give you 3 years to spread your payment, right? And after that 3 years, once you get to 70% or 80%, you have access to your keys, right? I don't know if there's any other real estate company that offers that, right? Well, I have 2 minutes, so I'll just round up here. But as we continue to grow, Blue Rose Limited is looking beyond our current developments and exploring opportunities to expand into other regions of Ghana. And we are therefore excited to connect with potential partners and investors who share in our vision of delivering quality housing solutions. Whether you are looking for a home, an investment opportunity, or a strategic partnership, Blue Rose Limited offers a trusted pathway to quality real estate in Ghana. So we are happy to talk to all of you. Thank you very much.
So now we're going to move on to our closing remarks. It's been a great 2 days. We've learned a lot. We've been inspired. To wrap everything up, we have someone who I said 3 words: connect, connect, connect. And that is the Minister of Trade for Agribusiness and Industry, Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu Ejari. Please welcome to the stage our Honorable Minister. A rousing round of applause, people. A rousing round of applause. And please do connect afterwards. She's still in the room. Let me help you.
Thank you very much. Relying on earlier protocols already established by myself, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As this summit draws to a close, I bring you personal greetings and gratitude of President John Dramani Mahama and the people of Ghana. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has asked me to convey one message above all others. And the message is, what we have witnessed these 2 days is not the conclusion of a conversation, but rather the beginning of partnership. I agree with him. We came to London with evidence, not promises. We have heard the data, an economy that grew at 6% in 2025. Inflation brought down from 54% at its peak to 3.4% today. A primary surplus that exceeded every IMF program target. Public debt reduced from 92.4% to 45.3% of GDP in a single year. And a cedi that appreciated more than 40% against the US dollar, one of the 5 best performing currencies on planet Earth. Fitch has upgraded Ghana's sovereign credit ratings. Moody has revised our outlook to positive. You know, we were junk to positive. These are not words of aspiration. They are calibrated verdicts from the world's most credible financial institution. Ghana is back and means business. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond the numbers, you have heard about the reforms. The new Ghana Investment Promotion Authority Act, the most significant investment law overhaul in over a decade, removes minimum equity threshold, slashes entry requirement for trading enterprises, and establishes a true single window facility. One door, one process, one point of accountability. We have abolished distortionary levies. We have enacted the Value for Money Office Act. We have launched the 24-hour Economy Secretariat to maximize every hour of productive capacity in our nation. These are not pilot programs. They are laws. You have also seen what partnership already looks like in practice. The UK's Private Infrastructure Development Group has committed £101 million to the Takoradi Ship Repair and Dry Docking Facility, which happens to be PIDG's single largest investment. The Green Project Preparation Facility with Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund will unlock up to 180 million in climate-focused infrastructure. The UK Growth Partnership, which was signed during the summit, opens a structured pipeline connecting real bankable projects to real capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ghana, under the leadership of Excellency John Dramani Mahama, has given you evidence. We have shown you the reforms. We have introduced you to the opportunities in agribusiness and value addition, in energy and the green transition, in infrastructure, in mining and critical minerals, in the digital economy, in tourism and creative arts and industries. Every sector is opened and every door is unlocked. As a government, the reset agenda is on course, and we are also calling on you, the potential investors, to reset your investment decisions for our mutual benefit. We are not asking you to take a leap of faith. We are asking you to take a decision backed by facts. We have shown it. The investors who moved first when Ghana launched the Jubilee oil field with Tallow have reaped several returns. The companies that partnered with Ghana in manufacturing, banking, and agribusiness, Standard Chartered, Unilever, Blue Skies, have built decades of profitable, durable presence. The question before you now is the same question they faced then. Will you be among those who acted or among those who watched? This is not TV3. This is not GTV. It is time to take a decision, take a part, and not just watch. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague ministers and other senior government officials in almost all the productive sectors of the economy, as well as frontline trade and investment officials, are ready to continue the bilateral engagements. We have live deal sheets, pipeline documentation, and dedicated points of contact. Do not leave this room without making a commitment to a meeting, to a site visit, to a term sheet, or to a partnership. I repeat, do not leave this room without making a commitment to a meeting, to a site visit, to a term sheet, or to a partnership. Very key. Thank you. The infrastructure of opportunity is already built. All that remains is your decision. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, I reaffirm 3 commitments made from this platform today. First, policy predictability. The rules will not change without genuine consultation. The macroeconomic framework will not change, it will be maintained. Your investments will be protected by law, enforced with equity. Second, institutional responsibility. If you invest in Ghana and encounter an obstacle, the president wants to know about it, and he wants it resolved. Our ministers, our senior government officials, and the entire government machinery present in this room are not here for ceremony. They are here to do business. We traveled all the way from Ghana to do business, not to show faces. Third, shared prosperity. We are not seeking extractive capital. We are seeking partners who will grow with us, build with us, and share in the extraordinary future Ghana is building and creating competitive returns for investors and dignity for Ghanaians simultaneously. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana and the UK are one unbreakable bundle, and let us go and build together, not with words, but with capital, with projects, with partnership, and with the absolute conviction that Africa's moment is now, and Ghana is where all begins. On behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama again, we commend our 2 high commissioners, the staff, sponsors, partners, speakers, panelists, and above all, you, the potential investors and participants, for gracing this summit with your presence. And our MC. Finally, on behalf of His Excellency, the government and people of Ghana, it is my singular honor to declare Ghana-UK Investment Summit 2026 officially closed. Thank you, and remember, the opportunity is before you. Seize it. God bless Ghana. God bless the United Kingdom. God bless our shared efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that beautiful wrap-up and closing remarks. We have a vote of thanks. So could I please welcome the Deputy Head of Mission, Aquinas Kwanzaa. Is Aquinas here? Aquinas. You told me Aquinas. That's what you told me. I listened to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Ghana and on behalf of the High Commission and the organizing committee, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to all who have contributed to this success of the Ghana-UK Investment Summit 2026. Yes, you all can attest it was a huge success. Thank you very much. Our sincere appreciation goes to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for honoring us with his presence and for sharing a compelling vision for Ghana's economic transformation and investment future. Your leadership and commitment to restoring investor confidence has inspired all gathered here today. We are equally grateful to our distinguished speakers, panelists, business leaders, investors, and partners from both Ghana and United Kingdom for the valuable insights, meaningful discussions, and strong expressions of confidence in Ghana's immense potential. To our sponsors, collaborators, and the hard-working organizing team, thank you for your dedication and support in making the summit a success. And finally, to all our participants, our collaborators, especially the FCDO, the British High Commission, Accra, we thank you for being there with us. We know we were able to sign so many things. I mean, we've had a success story. We have a success story to tell when we go to our various homes. And we can't end this program by thanking God for granting all of us traveling mercies here, and also grant us traveling mercies as we're going back to our various homes. As this summit comes to an end, may the partnership forged here continue to flourish and contribute to a higher and more prosperous future for Ghana and the United Kingdom. Thank you very much. And just to highlight, at least we've been able to sign, like my minister said, sign the partnership growth agreement. We were able to visit the number 10 Downing Street, which tomorrow more is to come. The president and my able boss, the High Commissioner, will be visiting the Buckingham Palace, visit the Ghana Stock Exchange, and also Landing Stock. Yeah, man. Landing Stock Exchange, and also attend the African debate. Please, if you leave this hall, it's nothing but gratitude from the High Commission of Ghana. Thank you. God bless us all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.